go live. Not really much point in not starting this up right now. Good morning, everybody. Of course, it's been morning for me for quite a long time now. I've been up since 5 a.m. Well, actually, since slightly before. I woke up and immediately got to work on Fina, the Immersive Theater, and all that. So I could not just unlock her, but also level her up, build her out a bit more, and test her. And as you can see, I've got her and her weapon. Hello, Nightshade. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I've actually got another, or her other blueprints ready to, well, not ready to craft. But I just need more projectiles, which means I need more coins. The Luna Mementos. Hello, Juan. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, Fina is a little bit crazy. I don't know how much that picked up. I kind of like voice cracks 3 times. Yeah, Fina's a little bit crazy. So if I just take Fina instead of what's her face? I don't know. Truffle. I already forgot it. Her name. Truffle means nothing to me now. Fina's just so crazy. Like, this is level 80 boss. You know, Fina's just stacking up her damage and stuff. I'm gonna get this S combo. Alright. I'm gonna get straight into damage and weakness exposed. And yeah, you know, that's just the entire health bar. It's whatever. Is weapons no craft for you? Still got a lot of commission too? Yep. So, yeah. That's kind of nuts, right? Now, I don't know how many of you are in my Discord server, but I actually don't have this unlocked. Which, that's the 45% damage increase, and granted, this would be active on Outsider, but this is also another weapon damage increase. So that's literally just all this, and the pen stats. Piggies in the past now we're all about the fairy tales. Yup. Yeah, so she's kinda strong, to say the least. Not to mention that her weapon is just gonna be giving the whole team like 90% damage or 90% attack boost. So that's also pretty cool. Yeah, she's kind of just cracked for everybody. But honestly, like, I was already clearing pretty well with Outsider because, you know, Truffle is still a pretty good support for him. Like, I could just still clear pretty consistently with Truffle on Outsider. I don't think it was, like, as good of a time, but it's not like a massive time drop compared to before. And, you know, the other part is that, obviously, like, I don't need to... Okay, I just completely missed the S-tier combo. The 6th girl will be working 24/7. Yup. How do I build Fina weapon? I can show you in a second. Actually, did I showcase that in the video? I might have to send a screenshot to my editor. But yeah, you know, obviously the combo did not deal nearly as much. And it would have been better for me to like spam out B tiers. But yeah, very clearly not as much damage coming from the weapon, period. Seems also good at AFK farming? Yeah. You know, obviously it's like a difference of a few seconds on my Outsider build right now. Granted, when I get that, it's gonna, or when I get this, is gonna be a much bigger difference. But I gotta say, the biggest difference I saw was on my, like, Baranica. But if you want, like, a quick view of the weapon, this is what I'm running on it. Arrow, I feel like, is just gonna be kind of necessary. So, I'll go ahead and send this. Alright. But, yeah, Berenica, actually, I feel is going to be the person who gets the biggest buff from all this. Because she, before, was not really doing anything crazy. Like, I can just go over to Eclosioneer, right here. The boss that I showcased her before on my video. And, like, we can just see the massive difference that this is going to make with her. So, I mean, I ran the Pyrutail before, but, I mean, I'm finding myself running into fewer and fewer energy problems with my Berenica, especially because I know a couple more things that help her out a bit more, but, you know, just for, like, consistency's sake, I'll equip it. But we can do like a Truffle Filbert team, and we can just show off against the Eclosioneer. So I actually do talk about this in the video that I posted, but you can actually apparently snapshot the I1, which is pretty good. But you can see right here, not really getting a lot of motion, not really doing too crazy on the damage. Still got good upkeep on my energy, though. But damage is... it leaves stuff to be desired. And of course, I'm getting, like, the multi-hits because of that phase right there. But as soon as those multi-hits disappear, and, you know, Truffle's no longer buffing me either, like, we can just see that I'm not doing too crazy good right now. And she's, of course, going to do Chrysalis of Broken Dreams, which is just gonna make me, like, wait. Okay, can I dash out, please? Okay. Thank you. Alright. I was gonna thrash around. Alright. And we can just, like, finish her off real quick. And she's gonna pop Chrysalis, and that's gonna be more than enough to finish her. But, considering this is an I6 character, like, a minute and a half, that's very, very average. But, simply by just equipping Fina, like, literally nothing else changed, other than just Fina. Like, we're gonna see the major difference. So, obviously it takes some time for Fina to ramp up, but you can just see that, like, it's getting crazier. And we're gonna get to the Chrysalis, and we're just gonna see this damage chunk. Yeah, I can show my Fina build real quick, but we're actually gonna one-cycle Eclosioneer now, which, of course, is gonna be, like, a pretty... Okay, I one-cycled her before. I definitely missed some stuff there. So, let me just do that real quick. Like, get the actual one-cycle here. But, of course, we are going to want to stack up the combo as much as I can. And get as many of the multi-hits that I can manage. But, yeah, we are just chunking her down. Yeah, we're definitely getting that one cycle. How's Fina with the lid? She's definitely really good. But yeah, that's like a 38-second. We literally halved the amount of time that it took. More than halved it. And again, this is without... This is without this right here. This is without the damage increase and the weapon damage increase. Which, of course, Benranica would be able to make use of because she has sword. The bonus damage is calculated based on the weapon damage you dealt. So the more weapon damage you deal, the more bonus damage you'll deal. And of course, you know, it's only +5 on these, which means if I upgrade these even further, then Fina, of course, will be even stronger. So Fantasio, Barry, Fina is the perfect team. I feel like it'd be Fantasio, what's her face? Tabitha, Fina. Because Berenica is only going to be increasing your attack. Meanwhile, Tabitha is going to be giving you a much more important skill damage increase. Barry new meta. Yeah, dude! She freaking cooks, man! She cooks with this! It's insane! And again, like, I can't stress this enough. This is without the actual damage increase that she should be applying. Because I'm a freaking doofus and completely ran out of these. Because I was just hoping that she wasn't going to use them, but apparently she does. Yeah, when is Barcy becoming meta? I don't know, someday. Yeah, but honestly, like, when it comes to Psyche, it's not going to be that major of an increase. Because, like, again, Truffle and Filbert and Daphne were already, like, really, really good for Psyche. And the other part of that is, Psyche already gets... Or, Psyche actually gets the majority of her, like, big damage from her ability casts through her I2. Her weapon damage actually isn't a major portion of her personal damage. It's still good, but she's getting a crap ton of it from the Ethereal Powder and the Powder Stigmata and the Phantasms. Just all of those, which aren't getting buffed by the final multiplier from Fina. How about Rhythm? Well, I'm just gonna say straight up, Fina's gonna replace Truffle and Filbert for the majority of teams, I feel. Just simply because of the pen stats, and the fact that her damage buff is going to be significantly more consistent than Truffle and Filbert's. And this is the current wedge setup that I have on my Fina. I feel like Wings Inspo is definitely going to be really good, at least for the time being, you know, while you're still getting your investment on these wedges further. You know, like I've been saying for the entire time. Like, it may not be the best one when you've got everything +10, but since this is super easy to +10 compared to everything else here, you can just slot this in and not really care about it too much. Oh, what does Psyche value be higher when Fina and her become I6? Well, I feel like the Psyche, or the value of Fina on Psyche might actually decrease slightly when Psyche becomes I6. Especially because, like, Fina's increases, don't actually, like, beyond the I2, don't actually benefit her teammates. It's just more stuff for her. The only thing that will benefit her teammates is the I5. And that's just to get +2 levels on her buff right here. Yeah. Converted to the enemy's weakness? Well, yeah, but it's when Fina deals weapon damage. When Fina deals weapon damage for each bonus effect the target is suffering, the crit chance of this attack is increased by 24%, and the elemental type and of the damage is converted to the target's weakness type. Yeah. No. I really don't think it's gonna be Fina plus Truffle because a lot of other characters kind of want another character, like, other than that. Like, Lin and most weapon, or, yeah, console's weapon characters are still probably gonna want the MC, I feel. Okay, thank you, Launcher. Because of the trigger probability and because of the weapon damage boost, which is, frankly, a rather unique damage buff itself right now. That, and of course, once we get to I6, she's also going to be giving crit chance. So, there is that as well. Did I already show my build? Yeah, I did. I can show it again. This is what I'm running at my Fina right now as a support. Support Fina. Well, actually, I probably should have... Oh, wait, no, this is... Actually, no, this is my support set. Sorry, that was, like, my personal damage set. This is my support set for Fina. Apologies. Because, you know, Neon, Wings Inspo, Skill Duration, Serenity, Eternity. I'll have a much better explanation when the... What's it called? First Impressions video comes out. So, if you want to have, like, all the knowledge beamed into your brain, be sure to tune into that on my YouTube channel. Well, I am planning on, like, doing an on-field setup for when I do, like, my full Fina guide. Because, obviously, she is going to be getting a lot of personal damage increases with her I4 and I6. And I do know that there are going to be people who want to on-field with Fina because they just like the character. And that's going to be the same with any support. So, yeah. Build Psyche. I already have my Psyche built. And a Psyche guide with build on my channel as well. Psyche with I2 Truffle and I2 Fina melts the theater. Well, yeah, but Psyche was also melting the theater before Fina released. So, you know, fork found in kitchen. DPS Fina win. When she releases the weekly, I guess. I don't know, unless somebody wants to give me like $200 to buy the rest of Fina copies. But the fact that, like, Fina is already this strong with the fact that I don't have either of these unlocked is pretty cool to me, personally. Yeah, if you want to on-field Fina and make her deal DPS, like, you're definitely going to want I6. Until then, she's going to be performing much more poorly. But yeah, like, Fina is what Baranica needed. Like, so much. Makes such a massive difference in her damage. Hopefully they'll mail us some theater shop currency. Yeah, I definitely feel like there are going to be some people who are going to feel the squeeze on this theater stuff. You will actually need to clear, I think, up to Act 20 in the Immortal Theater if you want to get all of the weapon letters. But it's going to be, like, impossible to buy anything else here. Yeah. Which is definitely a little bit sad because, I mean, there's just other stuff that you straight up can't get anymore. Yeah, it's gonna be 200 stars, which is, I don't want to say impossible, but it's gonna be such a waste of time. Yeah, we definitely need more of those. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be good to get some theater gameplay in. That's Mystic Maze. So I stopped at Act 12. I was playing around with Psyche, and I'm gonna do a full theater showcase at like Act 18, and I'm gonna do a showcase with like with Fina and without Fina. Actually, before I get into this, I should probably get some coins. Some Luno mementos, because I want to craft a second copy of Fina's weapon. So I'm just going to go ahead and do some defense to, like, AFK real quick. I'll still be on stream, but I'll be, like, reading chat. Yeah, I'm gonna try Fina with Psyche. It's gonna be pretty nuts. I'm gonna, like, say straight up. Well, actually, you know, it probably won't be as good for the... Well, it'll probably be about the same with the Egg Clear now that I think about it. Because Daphne wasn't really going to be doing a crazy amount anyway. But I am actually going to have to, like, stack up my Nirvana Wedge a bit more, so that I can increase my Truffle's HP. The best support for Psyche, I'd say, after Truffle, because you wouldn't need healing or crit from Daphne. The only thing that could be better, or Nightfall, more damage for more grouping for Psyche. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna say Nightfall's gonna be a really good support for this theater, for, like, grouping, because there are a lot of characters that are gonna want grouping, or gonna benefit from grouping. And since she's also gonna have pretty good personal damage herself, yeah, it's gonna be pretty nice. It's also gonna reach X 60 with level 7 X Psyche, but catches plus 10 every wedge. Ah, yeah. Psyche team equals Psyche, Truffle, Fina. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be the Psyche team. Daphne is Daphne EOS is all I really can say. I mean, the only thing that Daphne has over Fina is healing, and if you build your Truffle enough to where she can take care of all of your healing needs, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Because, with that wedge, or that Lumino wedge, she will be able to buff crit. Actually, buff crit better than Daphne would. Do we have a good idea of what exactly Pen does with Fina I1? Penetration has an interaction with, like, enemy resistances and weaknesses and defenses, we think. Well, maybe not defenses. But just think of it as a very valuable damage increase. Yeah, I definitely feel like we're going to need a buff to the amount of mementos we get in the theater, though. We shouldn't be, like, just barely being able to get the character and the weapon, or all the weapon letters, and basically not being able to get anything else from there. Oh, well, I mean, like, literally not being able to get anything else, because, yeah, you'd have to do... You'd have to get, what, 200 star? I mean, like, so each 2 stars is like 10? Yeah, so you need 200 stars, which would be another 40 stages. Meaning that you'd have to get to Act 60 if you want the milk. The mess is not important. I don't see a problem. Well, the milk is pretty important because that's the only real way to ascend your Battle Pass Genimon. And beyond that, there's also the Demon Wedges that are in there. Granted, the other mats aren't really crazy good at all. But the milk and the wedge is pretty important in my opinion. But yeah, I imagine a lot of people are gonna be, like, struggling to push Pat or, like, super deep into the theater. If they want to go for, like, the milk. Not even Battle Pass Genimon? Well, it's the only thing that you... Or the Battle Pass Genimon is the only one I say you need it for. Because the other Genimon, like, granted, it would be, like, better to use the milk for them. But you can actually get, like, additional copies of the other, like, legendary Genimon. Normally just get one copy of the weapon and get the milk? Well, I mean, that is one way to do it. Personally, I feel like the weapon's more valuable. You use milk on shiny Boxy? I used my first milk on my Boxy as well. Not a shiny one because I didn't get it. But I've got enough Boxies in my inventory to max ascend a shiny Boxy the second I get them. Alright, this should be enough coins to get the, what's it called? Well, get the next weapon craft. That's what I was trying to think of to say. It is gonna be a bit agonizing having to wait until next Monday to get, those weekly boss mats. I'm gonna try to get the weapon first, and then, I don't know, maybe I'll get Yale and Oliver, just cuz. I'm definitely feeling like Yale and Oliver are gonna be, like, the next character that get pushed out, but I just need the mats, regardless. I don't know, they could really do anybody. What's prio? I'd say the buff is the prio. The Q. That's the main priority. You need 5 additional copies beyond the first one to get it to max melt. So you need 6 total. Alright. Well, I got a nice bundle of Boxy Procs here. I'm getting 100 mementos. Which is really nice. Really, really nice. Which means I can go ahead and forge, make a sand, and that would be enough to make the next, what's it called? Ammunition. And that'll get me the next smelt on Fina's weapon. Of course, I could also craft Blast Artistry. Because these are 2 weapons that I needed to get the first copy of. Oh my gosh, I'm out of money. You've got to be joking. I was literally sitting at 2 million yesterday. I guess maxing out Fina and the weapon ate into that a lot more than I thought it would. Well, I guess I'll have to do some, what's it called? Some chase later. So I can stock up on globules and mementos some more. Oh, this is a scam text, isn't it? Yeah, I don't have any profiles on recruiting platforms. I'm also not 25 years old, so... Alright. Well, here is gonna be Fina with Psyche, and this is gonna be Axe 13. And I'm running the skill range bow. It's not max refinement, but it should be helping out my Psyche a good bit. You curious having to do hedge, especially since they nerfed mob spawns on mobile? Wait, they really nerfed it? Can you see my Tabitha build? I can show it off in a bit. Sorry, I just saw that. Did you do a boss challenge mode where the boss is all juiced up and you get all drops in one weekly claim? Yeah. I really do feel like we need some better stuff on like the boss guns. So, does Fina's AI only add? Okay, no, that was like a pyro, I think. So. Yeah. Yeah, no need to worry about it. Like, it's chill. I haven't showed off Tabitha build anywhere yet, so... Yeah. But blueprints in general take me a lot longer from pity than usual since update. Bad luck at the moment. Ah, that's a shame. I actually got pretty good luck on my Fina blueprints. I got, like, the first one in 7. Hey, I got, like, 2 blueprints in 15, but then, like, the next one took me... I don't know, like, another 12. Yeah, but my Psyche's just cleaning house with everything. As she typically does. And again, this is without the damage buff at all. I'm pretty sure this is actually from the penetration, because I will say that we did do some very, very scuffed testing of penetration a while ago. With an i6 Psyche that one of my friends has. We could definitely do some more later. But the only thing that we found that, like, had a major difference when it came to penetration was, like, the damage increase, like, from a normal enemy to a weak enemy. We don't know if there's, like, a major damage increase from, like, no penetration to having penetration. I might actually be able to test that with my Fina right now. Well, maybe not right now. Later. It's gonna be hella annoying. But it might actually be a blessing in disguise that I didn't have the ability to get the damage buff. Because now I'll be able to test pure penetration. Of course, alongside the additional damage. Okay, yeah, this is kind of nuts. Granted, it's only level 94 enemy, so it's not actually scaled that high. Yeah, Psyche's the best for this. 15 completions for 1 blueprint and Shackle of Lone Wolf? Jeez. You got Fina 13 completions, but only 2 after 65 letters. Yeah, it usually averages out. Like, you'll get lucky on some, and then you'll get unlucky on others. But yeah, you wanted to see my Tabitha? I can show you my Tabitha. So, this is what I run her right now. It's nothing special. I just run Serenity, Frosty Torrent, Skill Duration, Wings Inspo, and Sphinx's Surge. And if I had more tolerance, Like, if I track shifted some more stuff, I put some inspos on her. And maybe a... well, no, not... I don't think... maybe a Spectrum? I don't really know how much Tabitha benefits from range. I don't see any range scaling on her kit. Isn't the whole pen thing is ignoring defense, which means stronger enemies get affected more? I don't think anybody really has a concrete, like, idea of what penetration exactly does. It's not explained in-game, there's no tooltip for it. We just know that it involves, like... I don't know if there's somebody who has, like, a really, like, well understanding of penetration. If there is, please point me to them, but every single resource that I've been able to look up and find, has been kind of just, like, okay, we know it's, like, increasing the damage, and we know it's, like, interacting with enemy defenses or resistances, but we're not quite sure how it stacks up yet. We just know that it's good. Fina's cracked so far. That's how she is very good. I heard I2 Rhythm is crazy for letter farming. Yes. I mean, I2 Rhythm's just gonna be like one of the best AFKers in the game. Just period. Which is pretty nice. It's more damage, trust me, bro. I mean, it is a pretty noticeable amount more damage, I will say. I mean, it would be very easy to test, like, specifically how much more damage it's doing for me right now. Because I could literally just equip an ability damage unit and just test, like, ability hits, which, you know, it might be just be good for me to do that right now. So, I've got Fantasio. So, it's gonna be really easy to figure this out, and Fina will not be buffing his damage in any way, because he can't crit with ability damage, and this is Serenity. So the only thing that she'll be giving him is the penetration. So it's gonna be very easy to see. And I don't really know why I'm doing this on Enclosioneer. It'd be better to do this in Sybil. So we're gonna be figuring out the secret to pen. What happened to monster spawn rate in the theater? It feels so crap. Are you on mobile? I heard they accidentally nerfed mobile spawns, but I think what might be happening for a lot of people when they're interacting with the theater is that they are significantly stronger than they were in the previous theater. Like, they've just built their characters up much more. And therefore are clearing enemies, like, significantly faster and are therefore waiting on spawns a lot more. But if you're on phone, that's the main reason why. So just gonna get a note PC and density is extreme. Yeah, I think it's probably just because again, like, most people are just gonna be clearing significantly faster. So alright. So that was, so I could just, like, see the ability damage right here. So that was like 358. Granted, there is, like, damage variance to keep into account. But that was like 358 for him. So let's just let Fina do her thing. Now, can I make a guide video for Fina? Yeah, I will be working on that. Also, what's my outsider, or not outsider, Fantasia? Why is he so slow? Alright. So I should only be getting the penetration from this. Alright. Now that was like 459 right there. So, and if I take a look back at the, because I don't actually, this is just like the kind of curse of just not getting a crazy amount of sleep. Okay, so it's like 3-5 something. So is that like almost double the amount of damage? Of course, I could be comparing a low roll to a high roll. So it was like a, I should probably be writing this all down. So I should get my notepad up. Yeah, Fina is gonna be like best in slot support for like every single DPS. Alright. But now I've got 2, 3, 4. And I'm gonna do 2 skill casts. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna slam. So that was 4, 3, 3, 6, 2, 1 on the slam. So I'm gonna Fina and no Fina. 4, 3, 3, 6, 2, 1. Oh, I'll get 3 other Finas. I got the dash bug. Ah, okay. So stack up your stuff, Fina. Alright, we got 1. Do 2. Do 3. And do 4. Alright. 1, 2. This. I just realized I'm getting the attack boost. I'm getting the attack boost from her weapon. I should fix that. Because I value quality testing. Not that I say that other people don't value quality testing, but I'm just making a statement that I do. So if I really want to make sure that I have a well-rounded understanding of penetration and what it does, I should only be getting the penetration increase. Nothing else. Yes, controlling variables like a scientist. Hey, that's what you gotta do when you damage test, man. Because there are so many things that could go wrong. And you don't want to be in a situation where, like, you think you're getting an increase from something, but you're actually getting an increase from something else. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't really need to do that, so that was a... I'm literally just going to compare plunges. So it's just going to be like this number right here. So this is with Fina, and oh my gosh, removing that attack buff was well, actually, no, it's not just removing the attack buff, it's also removing the debuff detonation. So that's one number. I'm going to get 3 numbers from Fina. I'm going to get 3 numbers with no Fina. Men have been trying to learn about penetration for decades. I will be the one who discovers the secret to penetration. Okay, so that's 272484. And I think it adds like... Okay, so... I'm just gonna add the number I see here. Because that's what I did before. Because obviously there is some other stuff that's being added. I don't really know what. You're the one who penetrates? I am the one who penetrates. Alright. Get this. Alright. Add the last one. Fina. The last buff. Thank you. Alright. 265. Okay. Well, I think I got an additional damage from the previous one from somewhere. It was like a 272 before, so that's probably like the correct one. So 265534. So damage variance seems to be somewhere around like the mid 260,000s to like the earlier to mid 27,000 or to 700,000. So now it's gonna be okay. How much is the penetration contributing? Did I ever test? Yeah. Neon is working with supports. All right. So that was 215. All right. 215461. And I shouldn't be getting anything other than the penetration. And just 24% penetration. So all right, and what is this damage right here? It is 212. 212537. All right. And I'll do one more challenge, get another number. Double entropic singularity meta are kind of goofy. I mean, if you want to break bosses as fast as possible, definitely like run double entropic. It is a little bit overkill, I will say, in some cases, and especially if you're running Fina, I don't think I would recommend running that on Fina over like anything else, over her main weapon. Let's see. I'll do one more because that's like almost the exact number I got first time. Because that is like literally a 90% attack buff. That is essentially an entire Scorch. Okay, so this is 219. Okay, so that's like the high roll. 219055. Okay, so yeah, that seems to be like my damage range from before. So if I go to percentage calculator website, which I love percentage calculator. I should probably put a percentage calculator in my spreadsheet. I just have to figure out how to code that in Excel. Alright, so let's find the difference on the high roll. And compare it to the difference on the low roll. Alright, so 24%. Okay. Now let's do the low rolls. %, and the medium or the middle roll. Okay, so it's looking like it's just a straight up damage multiplier right there. So it seems that with penetration, you are literally just going to be doing that much more damage, no matter what penetration you have. So, like, if you got 24% penetration, you're just going to be doing 24% more damage. If you got 50%, you're just going to be doing 50% more damage, no matter what. So, it's just another independent multiplier, essentially. Which is, frankly, pretty good. Of course, like, we're going to have to test this against multiple other, like, enemy types and bosses and stuff to get a like real read on all this, but initial testing is that it's just another independent multiplier. So it's pretty good. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. It's definitely crazy. You don't really need smelts for your entropic singularity. The only thing that smelts are going to do for entropic is going to increase its personal damage, which you're already tanking, but it's also going to increase the trigger probability naturally, so that means you're going to have to run fewer trammels. But that's really the only thing that you're getting out of it other than XP. So I'd say it's a low priority. So that means Psyche I6 will do 50% more damage. That's what it looks like. Yeah, I6 is cracked. I mean, I always thought that penetration was just going to be like something extremely cracked, considering how rare they made it, because there are literally only 3 sources of penetration in the game right now. Fina, Psyche I6, and Mystic Maze. So essentially, there's only 2 like regular sources of penetration in this game. Fires recommends penetration. I do. The more penetration you can get away with, the better. What am I testing? I'm testing penetration. Alright, well, that means that... well, we're definitely gonna do a lot more penetration later. Don't clip that. Just to make sure we've got all of the numbers understood. And so many feature DPSs will have it, not? Do we know that already from, like, beta stuff? Don't ever say that in court. How much attack percent for 1 smelt? I mean, you can check in game. Like, you just go to the smelt menu and you click smelt and it'll show you. It's gonna be another, like, 1.8% attack. Which is gonna be... It's essentially just gonna be another 10% total. Or, well, 18%, sorry. Total. Per smelt. But this weapon alone is literally just like one of these. It's literally just one of these for every single character in the game. Which is kind of nuts. And all you have to do is just have it on Fina. And, you know, like, once you get it to max refinement, then it's just going to be a max refinement Scorch for every single character in the game. And 10 less letter for I3 Fina. Oof. Borat has some beta kits for the next region. Okay. YouTube watch history testing how good penetration is. That'll be my next guide. It's like how to penetrate in Duet Night Abyss. What's to upgrade in Fina skills? This. But get these first. Don't be like me. Don't be an idiot. Get these first because you need these. And I'm just gonna sit like. I'm pretty sure everybody like has the least amount of these out of all of the boss materials, because. Like, we could literally just take a look at the crystallophile compared to every single other boss in the game. Because, I mean, before we had, like, Tabitha on Sybil, but, you know, now we've got Psyche. But we also had, you know, some other things. But the other important part is that these are the exact same, like, weekly boss drops for the Beast from Snowfield. And the Beast from Snowfield has, Fantasio and all these other crazy-looking weapons. Okay, Eclosioneer, Rhythm, and some other fun, crazy-looking weapons. And Warden of Inferno, Hellfire weapon, and Imbala. But we go to Crystallophile, and it's like, okay, we got the Guishu Ratchet here, but you're only gonna need, like, 1 or 2 to get that. Like, beyond the first clear. We got this thing, which has, from my understanding, literally 0 relevance, because Whip Swords don't have a double damage wedge currently. We got this one for free, and I don't think that there's anybody who cares too much about attack speed and dealing damage to targets afflicted with bonus effects. Another thing we got for free, and Yale and Oliver. And not to diss the Yale and Oliver fans, but I mean, This is probably one of the least sought after characters in the entire game. How to penetrate DNA. Penetrate every boss. Well, yeah, Truffle I2, don't get me wrong, like, people are wanting that Truffle I2 because it is really, really good. Okay, but that's, like, the only thing other than the Ratchet here. And I'm definitely going to say that there are probably going to be a lot more people who are looking out for, like, rhythm and rhythm copies. Or looking out for getting more characters and more weapons so that they get their XP. Because they're trying to get their trial rank up. Than they are trying to get, like, Truffle introns. Demon mommy or little boy when I need fire hard decision? Yeah. Can you penetrate Sybil? With Fina, you can penetrate Sybil, and same thing with I6 Psyche. You got an ardent boxing in the overworld? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh yeah, that's right. It is like Genimon today, isn't it? I should probably go run around and do that. Last week, I got myself a Para Rabbit. A shiny Para Rabbit. I'm pretty sure there's usually a... Okay, I guess there's no Genimon over here. But there's usually one in the tunnel. Is there not one in the tunnel? Yeah. I guess I probably would have detected it if it was in the tunnel. But I can just kind of go backwards. 1-for-1 copy of each character, so you did get Yell and Oliver? Yeah. I mean, I'm probably gonna wind up... I mean, I'm gonna have to get the weapon, Yell and Oliver, or Truffle Introns. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to get Truffle Introns too much. Because she's frankly basically just a Psyche support right now. Due to her, like, downtime issues, and the fact that, like, Fina is just built different. Oh yeah, I'm gonna penetrate Sybil, BRB. Alright, have fun! Alright, we got a gentleman! Yeah, so... I will just have to get, like, more copies of characters. Also, like... And, you know, of course, the first copy of that weapon. Alright, what? No, that's a driplet. It's actually been so long since I've seen a normal driplet. Or a miraculous one. I've only been seeing, like, Ardents and Shinies. So it's either been, like, pink or, like, white. So I'm just actually not used to seeing the miraculous one anymore. Yeah, but it is also kind of sad for me because I want to get I2 Rhythm so badly. Because she looks so fun. I want to play her so much. But I gotta get XP. And I gotta get those boss materials. I don't know, I might just have to buy her if I want to get her. I've got like a purchase pact going on with Anonymous right now. Not that I set up, that Anonymous just always tells me if I buy something, you'll buy it too. And, you know, that honestly kind of makes me even more stingy because I'm kind of spending money for 2 people now. But I don't know. It might be worth it. Just for, like, the enjoyment factor. Let's see. Heard it was a base attack increase. Is it a base attack increase? Is it? Because it looks like it'd just be kind of like a flat attack increase, which is still really good. But, I mean, obviously not as correct as a base attack increase. It would, like, specify if it's base attack, isn't it? Or wouldn't it? I don't know. How many people have I2 Truffle? Like, show of hands. I mean, I know there's Morph. I guess I could ask Morph. Does Morph have a Discord? I mean, if it's a base attack increase, that's kind of nuts. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, you have one? Okay. I guess I'll have to join his Discord and go like, hey, Morph! Hey, buddy! Love the videos. Is I2 Truffle a base attack increase or a flat attack increase? Do you know? It's not like we can check the menus, because the menu stats don't actually update when we get buffs, which is kind of annoying, because this is like the first game that I played that it doesn't do that. But, you know. Or at least the first game in this, like, space that I've played that doesn't do that, I should say. Because there are obviously games that I play that don't do that. Hello. Got some greenie mons. You'll farm them right now and get back to you? Alright, have fun. The problem with attack is that we get so much, doesn't seem like value to get IT right now. Well, the difference is that if it's base attack, that's essentially just going to be, like, or that would get multiplied by every single attack bonus that you get. Which would be, frankly, absurd, because it would, like, literally just double the attack set of, like, every single character in the game. If it does work like that. Which, that alone just makes me think that it would be a flat attack increase. Which would still be pretty strong. But when Fina also just gives like 90% attack boost off her weapon, and that's just Smelt 1 compared to an I2. Or well, not Smelt 1, Smelt 0 compared to an I2. Like, I feel like they'd be about equal on like the attack boosting front, and then it's just like talking about damage. And Truffle's got a higher damage increase multiplier, but Fina has Pen, and Fina also just uber buffs weapon damage units, so yeah. So 65 euros for 2 copies of character? Yeah, pretty much. It's hella expensive. I wish it wasn't as expensive. Yes, he does, and also tests the Truffle AI, and we got it to almost consistent. Yeah. I saw that. Well, apparently it didn't really have anything to do with the skill damage. He posted, like, a comment on that video, kind of, like, correcting that. Apparently it had more to do with, like, the melee weapon than anything else. Yeah, additive attack would be 1 Scorch, base attack would be 8 Scorches, pretty much. That sums it up pretty well. Can Battle Pass Gmon ascend with another? Yes, it can ascend with another of the same one. But I recommend the milk, but also, are we gonna be able to get the milk? It's the skill duration, but it's a lot of effect. Yeah. But honestly, that doesn't matter anymore because we've got Fina, and Fina is just better. So that's kind of unfortunate. Oh, hey. Whoa! I don't have you yet. Dude, that one looks sick. Yo! Get in my team. Holy moly. I gotta level up this guy right now. I don't even care what you do. You look awesome. Look at this guy. It reduces defense reduction. Okay. Okay, I dig it. Why my polearm charged so fast? I have a lot of attack speed. Yeah. So Fina's finally out in North America. Yeah. I don't yet, but I think I3 hit harder because of his skill level. I would like to know how much boost damage it gives at max with I3. It would definitely hit harder. For sure. Want that one too because you don't have it shiny? Yeah, dude, that thing looks awesome. It looks like the Pokemon, but then again, have them look like Pokemon? Yeah. There we go. Level 60. So, that only leaves, like, the shiny Pyrutail and the shiny Dandameow for me to, get. Which is pretty neat. At least I like the purples. I think I still need a couple more shiny of the, 3 stars. Did I not get the shiny Lumi? I guess I didn't get the shiny Lumi. Okay, so shiny Lumi is the only shiny that I'm missing out of the 3 stars. But of course, I still need to get the other shinies and the other Genimons. The Dandameow seem like exceptionally rare. You run both because you have enough skill damage on wedges that you don't need Tentacle Girl. On your... what's her face? Psyche? I'm pretty sure Psyche would be the only character who is kind of like that. Yeah, it scales with attack speed as well. So it's kind of nutty. Nutty putty. Alright, I think... Okay, there's one more on the bridge. Alright, and then I gotta go to the... well, Glevum Pit. And then I've also got Lonza Fortress. So... and there's also the sewers, but I hate going on the sewers. I hate it so much. But there's Genimon there. And there's still Genimon that I haven't captured, and Genimon I need to stack up more captures of. Oh, hey, it's a Ketiz. I mean, I still need more for Ascensions. Oh. Okay. I already have a shiny Cobalt, so... I mean, if I get this one, it's whatever. Alright. It'll respawn. Those two will both respawn tomorrow, so it's fine. I will just ignore it. Oh, wait. There's a Gmon right here. Yellowmon! Let's go. Save sewers in every commission. The sewers is cancer. Yeah. Especially because it's just like icky. I don't like gross places. Jitterbon. Right, and I'm should be almost done with collecting all the Genimon in this area. It's mostly just the ones on this path. Oh, I see purple. How's another Katiz? Okay. I mean, I probably should save some of my good bait for like a gold Genimon just in case. Oh, is that a... oh my gosh! How many caddies decided to spawn today? And of course, I'll capture every single one. Yeah, I'll capture them tomorrow. If I remember. I probably should remember. I should make a note of it. There's like 3 caddies in the Glevum pit. Alright, well, we can go to Lonza now. Which 4th treat is best for Shiny Boxy? I like Wise. Is the Pan's Eternity Abnegation good for Tabitha? The stats of Demo Edge, duration plus 40, skill range. Well, I don't really know how skill range interacts with Tabitha. I mean, it doesn't look like she has skill range scaling on her hit. But there are also other things that don't say they scale with skill range, but very clearly do scale skill range. Alright. Let's see. Boxing! Come on! Yeah! Boxy! It's only an Ardent, but you know, I'm always happy to see a Boxy. And that actually makes it really comfy because there was, or I only had 3 Ardent Boxies, and I would have been okay if I had like 2 Ardents and a Miraculous. Well, actually no. Well, what I'm trying to say is that like I didn't want to get into a situation where I used all my Ardents to like level up a Shiny or send a Shiny, and then get into a situation where I'm only seeing like Miraculouses and, you know, missing out on that like from my collection. Yeah, we got the Boxy! Not shiny, but, you know, it's still a box. Not a single Boxy view? Unfortunate. There was one week where I found like 2 Boxies in the overworld. I only wound up catching 1, though. Alright, let's see. Is there... Okay, there's no... Alright, there's no Genomon right there. So... What about... over here? Genomon in this room? Nope, no Genomon in this room. Anywhere in this area at all. Gotta wait for the cooldown. Do you think you should get Guichu Ratchet for Lyn? Yes. I 100% recommend getting the Guichu Ratchet for Lyn. It is the best weapon investment that you could probably do, especially because that, you know, that's clears of the Crystallophile, which that alone is gonna be good because you probably are missing a good amount of those boss materials from him. Alright. No Genomon in this room. Alright. Over here. Another Greenemon. Did I get Fina? Yes. I got Fina and I tested her. And we're gonna do some more theater. And I'm gonna be showcasing a bunch of theater teams. So definitely stay tuned for that. Right now I'm just looking around for some Genomon. Because it was Genomon reset today. For me, at least. Is there an AR that gives multi-shot that would count to Psyche Weapon? No. Weapon stats, like multi-shot crit, do not transfer over to other weapons. Nor do they transfer over to a character's Constance weapon. I don't know who, or did somebody tell you that? Because if somebody told you that, they're like dead wrong. The only things that transfer when it comes to weapon passives are if they specifically say like a character stat. So like skill duration or skill damage or character attack specifically. Or if they give you a buff that gives you something. But if you have a weapon that gives you trigger probability, it's not going to give you more trigger probability in your consonants. Yeah. And same thing with multi-shot. Alright, well, I think that's all the Genimon and Lanza. There might be one more over here. Okay, yeah, that's all the Genimon and Lanza. I might do the sewers later, but I kind of want to delay that. Is Genimon reset every Tuesday? It's like every 3 days. That's what it seems like. But, oh wait, there's a projectile and there's the repulsive crystals. Now, I suppose I'm gonna have to get some coins from somewhere real quick. Do I have anything? Okay, yeah, I am clean out. Okay, what about enemy drops? Do I have enough to sell? Not enough to be like super comfortable with selling, but I can sell about like 800 of each, it looks like. Maybe not so much for these. Alright, but that's about a 400k. That's enough of an infusion for right now. Because that's going to allow me to craft another Dreamweaver's Feather. And I probably should get to crafting some more sanding crystals. I guess I can only craft the sanding right now. Your Genimons get offset if you fail catch since they come back after 24 hours? Yeah. It sucks that we can't enjoy a lot of characters in the game without waiting for weeklies, because a lot of them need introns. Yeah. Intron 2 seems to be like the primary breakpoint for most characters in the game. Because, like, Intron 2, Fantasio just makes him feel so much better to play in general. Because that's going to increase his uptime on his, like, enhanced form a lot. And this is also going to, like, make it so that you're able to stack up the debuff significantly better and easier. So, like, these two were, like, hella quality of life for him. And, of course, like, I5, Horan, I6 is just crazy damage molts. Fina, very obvious there. Psyche, also very obvious, very noticeable. There are very few characters in the game that it's... Well, I guess Berenica, Lyn, and Nifel are kind of a bit more locked behind their I6. For, like, their primary big difference. Does anyone know if Fina and MC's weapon damage buffs stack multiplicatively or additively? Like, both of them at the same time? I'm pretty sure they'd stack additively with each other. Because that's typically how, like, buffs of the same category go. But let's get to doing some more theater, because I want to showcase all of the different themes. So, like, I showed off the Psyche earlier. I kind of see how Outsider will perform. Of course, I will be testing them all again when we get to, like, Act 18 or Act 20. And, of course, I want to run MC instead of Truffle. But I want to see how crazy Outsider works in the theater. Spent 10 attempts and he got 0 fragments. That's unfortunate. They did say that, but that's for 1.1. That's not for this update, which is the second half of 1.0. Holy moly. I'm not even doing the charge attacks. I'm literally just cleaving through everything with normals. This is a very stark difference to how I was performing last week with Outsider. But it's also probably just because my Outsider is significantly stronger. You can do more X, but you burn yourself out, just instantly getting all the clues. That's unfortunate. Alright. Though, something to note in this team is that Outsider has, no heals. Outside of his Genimon, and... yeah. So... it is very much going to be a, glass cannon setup for him. MC will be stacking up some Ultra Shield, but that's like hardly anything. Okay, well, you can use the charge attack when he gets to some elites. And it probably will just be best to use the charge attacks regardless. At least if there are actually any enemies left, charge attack. Also, I just realized that my ult was not even active for a decent portion of that. Yeah. Also, minus the melee debuff last rotation. That's right. There was the melee debuff. Okay. So yeah, Outsider's kind of going crazy. Of course, Psyche's just gonna straight up be easier to play. But you know, Outsider fans rejoice. Alright. I cannot wait to see what he's gonna do to a boss, honestly. And of course, like, Fina is not even really all that necessary to get the performance out of him. Because right now, on Outsider, at least, like, Fina and Truffle are gonna be, like, relatively equal. Or at least, like, in my showcase right here. Because they... or... Fina's missing her damage buff. And Truffle's consistent on Outsider. Mid-rolled everything as soon as you said it. It's over. Jeez. Holy sh... He's just cutting through everything. To shreds, you say? I just completely missed. Let's do a D combo. Yeah. He literally would just get, like, destroyed if I hit him with that S combo. Holy moly. Sad to hear that you mid-rolled on your Truffle stuff, though. Outsider confirmed win Hashira. Dude, he's actually nuts. Right into the theater right now. Holy moly. Alright. I know a lot of people, or I know I said... Well, actually, let me see Berenica. Let's see how Berenica's gonna perform. Let me equip her. Yeah, just a little bit of demo, because I'm gonna be testing all these guys again at the Act 18. Because that's gonna be the major threshold that most people are gonna push. To shreds, you say? Yes. It's been a little while. Took a short break from the game. Is the new update good? Yeah, the new update's pretty nice. Fina's cracked. Dude. Not as crazy as Outset, I'll say. But, definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. She does have the range and the pierce, though, which is pretty nice. Man, I feel like you can kind of, like, sit in ult to keep your combo up. You might not be able to keep your combo up, so it's probably, yeah, it's just going to be ready to exit. But yeah, like, she has zero energy issues at all when mobbing. But she is just cutting through everything. Holy! Because the way Umbro's wedges look to me, there's a lack of efficiency in Umbro. Correct! Which is why you run Wings Inspo on the Umbro characters, because they're both energy hungry. And Wings Inspo is like the best they got. It's actually so ridiculous to me, like, how many people are saying that Winged Inspo is, like, hella overrated. I can definitely understand saying that Duel is overrated a bit more, especially now that I understand, like, the damage and the wedge situation a bit more. As well as the ports. But Winged Inspo, nah, that one's hella goated. Because not only is it, like, really good for just improving all of your support builds until you get, like, everything maxed out, because it's going to be a lot better to max out your DPSs compared to your supports. But it's also just best in slot for a couple, like, multiple characters in the game. Hydra needs a DPS, Umbro needs a support. Kinda, yeah. But yeah, this is a little bit crazy. Veronica's kind of cooking. He's kind of cooking good. Fina is just what Veronica needed. It seems. Am I using Gleaming? Why would I use Gleaming Katana? I'm gonna be honest, the Gleaming series is kind of chopped. Yeah, holy moly. The only thing that I still just really don't like about Veronica is, like, the fact that she keeps pushing herself up in the air whenever she, like, finishes her combo, which can just, like, make it more difficult to hit bosses and stuff, but, dude, 3-minute clear with her. Golly. Yeah. Damage Shell definitely gets saturated to the point where Gleaming is just not worth it. Especially because you can kind of just run Duel as well. If you really need that, and Duel's going to be better. Well, it caps out at 3 stacks anyway, so, like, the co-op thing wouldn't really work at all. Yeah, this is my i6 Veronica from my Veronica guide. Just gonna preface this. Fina, like, double to triples the damage of Veronica compared to the previous builds we had on her. So, if your Veronica is feeling weak, just put this character on your Veronica, and she will cook. But yeah, the Gleaming series is just so... It's got niche applications at best, is all that I'll say. But we got Inclusioneer, so let me try out Fan. And the only thing I should have to change is equipping Tabby. Tabby third. So let's see how the I1 Fantasio works out. Or not, well, I0 Fantasio. Oh, maybe they should remove the 3 cap, make it at least usable. Yeah. Bears like that after getting the Soul Stone. Everything just got stabbed? Yeah. Alright, so... He's just one-hitting everything, what?! He's literally just one-tapping everything! I don't think Fantasia is gonna have any issues. Oh, what's up, man? I'm starting to farm gold demon wedges. Which one should you farm for general buff? Wings, Inspo, and Surge. Those two, I'd say, are the top priorities. Wings, Inspo, and Surge. Duel as well, if you'd like. But Wings, Inspo, and Surge are the two most important ones. Best 3 characters to invest in. Psyche. Fina. And... Fantasio? I mean, if we're talking about specifically theater, then Fantasio. But if we're talking about the entire game, then like Lynn and Rebecca. But specifically the theater, yeah, I'd say like Psyche, Fantasio, Fina. Like, dude, I'm literally just one-tapping everything right now. Like, what is this? Yeah, he's got the 400%, but like, considering his performance outside of theater, I was not quite expecting him to just be, like, annihilating everything with, like, a single swipe. He's literally just like the Zahando! Yeah, Zahando! Just swiping gone. Eliminated from existence. Erase. I don't even have a crazy build on him. Like, this is just purple wedges. Yeah, this is I0 right now. I0 performance. Alright. Yeah. Of course, this is with Fina on the team. But I don't think it's gonna be like that much like less crazy without Fina. Like, yeah, this is I0 Fantasia right now. Okay. So, there are a couple other characters that I've got on my list to try out. Lady Nightfall and Lynn. So, we're gonna get to Act 17. So, it's time to see how Nightfall's gonna perform. Now, I don't have Imbala. So, I will have to preface this. I do not have Imbala. Do not laugh at me. But I don't have it. So, my Nightfall's gonna be more scuffed than some other people, but if she cooks without Imbala, you're gonna be even better with it. Use MC? Why would I use MC? I mean, I know that you'd want me to use it for the trigger probability. But... like, what if I already get, like, enough trigger probability from this? Does MC buff the trigger probability of Nifl's, like, ability? Or is it just the weapons? Because if I already have 100% trigger probability, or, like, enough trigger probability on this, like, does it not really matter? Yeah. Lin will definitely go Burr with the additional damage procs as well. Yeah. And Baller changes to playstyle and skyrockets the damage. It's just not close. Yeah, I figured. So, like, if she cooks like this, Nifl's gonna be good. If she doesn't cook, you know, I don't have Mbala, so. And oh. Okay. I think she's fine. I really think she's fine. Okay, but when you don't get the Umbro Puck, it's kind of iffy. Of course, like, you would want to like cast her ult for like more grouping. Okay. Wait, why is it still just going? I only casted that once, and then it casted like 5 more times. But yeah, Nifl's gonna be just fine. She's definitely gonna be on the better side of the characters. Would I say she's probably the best? Probably not. She's good though. She's definitely really good though. You heard Blue Current works well too, for the trigger probability? Alright. I mean, it just has like a really good base trigger probability, right? Yeah. You don't now have the rainbow gun, because of multi-shot? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but she's not having a single issue. Got 4 gold max scorches for Nifl. Can't wait to try theater. I can't wait for you to try theater as well. Think she's top tier 3 this theater if you have proper builds? I could definitely see that. I mean, like, those Luminos are hitting like a wet noodle. But just with like how much range she gets on like the Umbro casts, like, it doesn't really matter. And a Lumino cast can turn into an Umbro cast as well. So, there is that too. Now, the point of her Isaac is to proc her ability in a reasonable amount of times. Yeah, but I think it's better for, like, AdClear to do, like, the enhanced casts. Of course, we've got Warden of Inferno, so this is just gonna be, like, the longer one, no matter what. It's just guaranteed. Ball, make sure it has 100% uptime, which Blue Current does a decent job at the same time. Okay. So do you have to, like, I know the ult increases the trigger probability, but do you have to do that to do, like, the, what's it called? The weapon hits? Or the weapon hits better for when you're out of ult? I'm a Nifl noob, if you couldn't tell. So it's not just me who hates this boss's invincibility phases? Oh, no, it's not just you. I loathe invincibility phases. Rendering out, sweet. Alright. Okay, yeah, Nifl's gonna be just fine. 100% gonna be just fine. Doesn't breaking a segment of this boss's stance to lane immunity phase? Yeah. Depends on where you hit her, though. But that's one of the reasons why I recommend the stance breaker. But yeah, Nifl's gonna be just fine. Just do Q then spam the gun? Okay. But now it's time to see how much Lyn is gonna cook. And I will say, I'm gonna be testing, like, the Act 18 with all characters not using Fina. Because most people are gonna want builds for, like, their guys without, you know, the character that they're trying to get. Granted, they do have a pretty good shot of getting Fina within, like, the easier stages. But it's just... Yeah, there are people who are gonna complain, like, oh, of course, like, they're showcasing Fina inside the theater when I'm trying to get Fina. Like, of course, I need Fina to get Fina. Yeah, it's just to avoid stuff like that. And it definitely is a much better showing for all the characters if they can perform well without Fina. But I am just gonna be saying, like, how Lyn works with Fina first. And actually, let me see how Lyn works without Fina, because obviously all the other characters will have, like, certain advantages that they can, like, make use of. Namely, the fact that they're on element. But Lyn won't. So Lyn is the only one that I feel like might have a bit more of a struggle without Fina. So in that case, I'm just going to... try her out without Fina first. Weapon is better for out of ult, I think. I mean, I have a max trigger rate being 50% on her range hits, but also multi-shot on my bow to 450% attack speed for faster targeting and stall for abuse. Okay. Alright, so... Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think Lyn's gonna be okay. I think Lyn's gonna be just fine. Is she gonna be the best? No, but... I mean... Y'all are seeing this. She's honestly clearing, like... comparable to some of the other characters we tried out. Not like... She is on the slower end. But that makes sense, considering she is doing 800% less damage. So, yeah, Lyn's gonna be just fine. If you built your Lyn for the previous theater, you're gonna be just fine. Well, yeah, her damage is cut by a raw 50%, and beyond that, she also, she's also not getting the 400% increase that the other characters get. So, she's quite literally doing 800% less damage compared to every single other character that we tested thus far. And I also don't have Fina on the team compared to the previous ones. And this is also Act 18, which means it's more difficult anyway. But, like, if all you need to do is get Fina, like, and her weapon, she's gonna be more than enough. Do you think Lynn would go insanely hard here with Daphne's buff? She might actually be doing more with Daphne's buff. Honestly. That would definitely be something to try. So, like, after this, I can put on Daphne and see how Lynn performs with her buff. Because I can definitely see that being crazy. The reason why you get 65 letters is that 60 guarantees the character no matter what? Yep. Hey, Sizzles, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Oh, what the? Why do I have 9 pings on Discord? What's been going on? This group shit. Oh. Huh. Okay. That's weird. If you used 60 letters, only got 1 copy of Fina, I'd quit the game. I mean, I wouldn't say you're justified, but I'd say I understand. Or I wouldn't say that you're like, or that's the best thing to do, but I'd say I understand. So after this, I'm gonna test Act. Actually, I can test Act. Oh yeah, no, I want to test Act 18 with her on with Daphne. Yeah. So just gonna get to breaking all of the limbs, which is gonna be the most difficult part of the fight. Alright, well, I messed up the rotation a little bit, but it probably will be whatever. Okay, that was kind of a lot less damage. I probably should have, like, not messed up. Alright, let's do this whole thing again. Okay, so she's like struggling on the boss quite a bit. I mean, shield's still clear. We still have, like, plenty of time. Let me get this ammo drop, please. Thank you. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Daphne will probably help a lot. Alright. Funnily enough, Daphne and Fina have taken me the longest out of all characters. Like, the longest to, get the copies of. The most letters. Wrong button, now you've bought 28 Tabitha letters instead of just 2. Oof. Well, I guess you're getting Tabitha introns. Alright. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna do enough damage to one cycle it anyway. So, yeah. It's just gonna be Homeless Howl. Now, how about you test the job application? Don't worry. I've already got the job application. Alright. crap. I just... Hopefully I can set up my passive again beforehand. It's definitely going to be tight. But... I should be able to do it. I'm definitely going to try again with Daphne. Yeah, there we go. Alright, much better. Did I get any luck with Fina? Yes, I did. Alright, well, let me try again with Daphne to see if she'd be better than Truffle, specifically for this theater scenario. So, just same setup, Daphne instead of Truffle. Let's see how much better this goes. Let's go, Fires, doing a generational comeback of job. Yup. Little did you know, I've actually been employed for several months. What is that going on screen? Did you guys see that? Or is that just me? What do the pistols do? The pistols that I have in my supports, they do a crap ton of damage to the boss stance. I have a video on it on my channel. I recommend you check it out. Alright. But of course, the Daphne is only going to be buffing the weapon damage. So it's definitely going to be better for the... What's it called? The enemies. But would it be better for the boss? I'm not sure. Yeah, Tempest Introns are good, but they mostly buff her rather than buff her supporting capabilities. Which means, like, I'm personally only gonna go for about, like, I3, so that I can increase the level of her skill buff a bit more. Yeah. Just did 16 runs of Fina's weapon, you can't craft it because the tier 3 weapon... Oh, really? Dang. Well, it's a good thing you've got 14 more letters to earn. Says after commissions that Fine healed some amount, but she has no healing on her. Really? I do not recall anywhere saying that Fina healed, but I could be wrong on that. There's the same goal. Yeah. I don't really see much point going beyond that, at least, like, until I'm just getting her max Intron for XP. Or I'm doing a guide. What is that guy spitting? Oh. I just realized I don't have a Serenity equipped, do I? Yeah, because my Daphne and my MC are both on Uplift, aren't they? Well, when I'm, like, recording, I'll have her on Serenity. But for right now, I should be able to clear. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's strictly a post-mitigation buff, so... Yeah. Because additional damage does say it's, like, based on the weapon hit. But, of course, you know, after the damage mitigation, it would then get buffed by 400%. So, it still would be good, but, you know, you're also losing the boss damage from the laceration proc. So, we'll have to see how she does against the boss. I'm not really seeing a noticeable difference compared to, what's-her-face? Truffle, though. So it would really only be like a 200% increase on the, like, 14% bonus damage. Oh, my MC got killed. Wonderful. Okay. That is, not good. It looks like I'm doing more damage to the limbs. I don't know, I'm probably not. It's gonna take me about, like, the same amount of rotations for the limbs. Okay, yeah, I don't have the, sanity to do this. But I think we've, like, gathered enough data already that Daphne's just not really gonna be it. Imagine if I I6 Yale and get a super OP build, would you make a video on him? Sure. I'll do it. Definitely wouldn't mind. Though, I'd probably have to get Yale and Oliver for myself, because when I'm doing, like, weekly guides, I 100% want to showcase, like, both I0 and I6. Because a lot of people are going to be thinking, like, oh, well, I mean, like, I0... Well, I don't know, it might be better to go, like, I0, I2, I6. Because, like, I0, like, okay, this is your initial copy for the XP and stuff. This is how good he is at initial copy. I2, like, the major breakpoint, and I6, like, this is how they compare to other I6s. Okay. Well, should be getting into the video real soon. I actually want the skill range one. And of course we can put Truffle there. So I'm actually gonna use the bathroom real quick. And then we're gonna get to the showcases on Act 18. Because, you know, 19 and 20 are just going to be significantly easier because they've got, like, mini-bosses instead of bosses. Alright. Also, let me just check the Google Drive. Alright, it's not on the Google Drive yet. Well, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I am back. I just, you know, I was peeing and I thought to myself, it'd probably be best if I got team showcases here so I can just kind of like go through it like character by character. So obviously Psyche is going to be the primary recommendation that I give people. And this will be their theater setups. Or the ones that I recommend. Of course, we got Daphne. And Daphne with the pistol. Alright. I'll also be recommending Fantasio. He'll be the other weekly character that I recommend. And I'm just gonna finish getting this set up. So the non-Fina team is of course going to use Truffle. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. And of course, where is Tabitha? There we go. Right, and of course we've got the free characters, which I'll be, or the grindable characters, which I'll be recommending. Well, Nightfall would probably be the first one I recommend, because that's going to be a character that people are going to have invested in, and it's going to be super easy, because she's going to be just fine in the theater. But obviously we're going to have MC and Truffle. And I'm going to have both the weapons as well. Next up, of course, Nightfall. And I could actually recommend Nightfall as a support for both, I mean, frankly, everybody. Because she's just going to be doing crazy damage. And I will have to put a big fat disclaimer that I do not have Imbala. Which is not going to be fun, but, you know, it's better than just getting laughed at for not even talking about it. So, Truffle, of course. We put the boss breaker on her, and I had Fina, but, like, without Fina, I guess it would probably just be the MC as a support, right? Because there's not really another character in the game that would really be buffing her that... wait, no, Tabitha, sorry. I should definitely have eaten it a little bit more today. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to adjust some team loadouts. Also, I just realized I already have an outsider team here. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll go ahead. Let's see, it was gonna be Veronica? Let's see, let's put this on her. And of course, we can do MC, pistol, and we can do either. Truffle's probably going to be the better one. Oh yeah, and there. Drag. I'm just gonna sort them by like how I recommend them, or like how much I recommend them based on how easy of an experience it'll be. Okay, so obviously Wainwraith, and we'll put the Buzzsaw, and we'll put Pyrotail, and we'll do MC, and we'll do Truffle. Okay, why is it lagging? No. Okay, I guess. Alright. Is it just not gonna let me move it? It won't let me put Lin below everybody. Okay. Alright, there we go. Oh, I already had a Psyche set up as well. Okay, I'm just gonna delete this one. Alright. Let's see. Get tab of the sword. I have it ready for crafting, but I mean, the 30% attack buff's pretty nice. I will say it. but I kind of value the boss breaking a little bit more than that. I mean, it's different when we're comparing that to like a 90% attack buff, and that's like, okay, it's a little bit crazy. I should name my loadouts. Who's best character to use in the theater to clear it? Saki will give you the easiest time. Yeah, Barry's such a cute nigga. Yup. She's very cute. Alright. Well, I should get to recording shortly. Alright.
僕のために新しい舞台を用意してくれたんだな。
Okay. Let me turn off the music real quick. And the voiceover volume. Because I do not like getting talked at when I'm talking. What pistol do? What? The Entropic Singularity, it destroys boss stance. And I have a full video on my YouTube channel. Rumor is that Virus likes mommy ASMR. Where'd you hear that rumor? No. Fantasia was locked behind level 60, not 65. Alright. I should also drink a little bit of water. Okay. What's this up here? No. Alright, well, I am going to... Yeah, everybody get ready to say hi to YouTube. I'm gonna get... I like what now? I didn't say that. Somebody's just spreading rumors. But yeah, everybody get ready to say hi to YouTube, because we're gonna be recording here. All the showcases. Hello, people. So, the new Immersive Theater just released in North America, and it's been out a bit longer for the rest of the world, especially if you lived in, or especially if you're in the Southeast Asia region of the game. But this time around, it is going to have different modifiers. Namely, you're going to be using Animo and Umbro damage primarily compared to the previous Animo and Pyro from before. And there are also a lot of other ones that are here that are going to change up some other things. Like, for instance, how we don't have a melee damage reduction here. And we also get, like, some crit buffs and some skill damage increase buffs. So we're gonna go ahead and recommend all of the teams. So if you are here just for team recommendations, I can get you it straight up. So the main team that I'm going to be recommending... Why are you in the ground? Hold on. Can I fix that? Stream viewers get to see the bloopers. So the main team that I am going to be recommending is, of course, the Psyche team. This is going to be probably the easiest team to clear it with. Now, the teams that are going to be showcasing here are going to be without Fina. So the teams that you see right here are for helping you unlock Fina. I will say, when it comes to all the teams that I'm listing right here, every single team outside of the Psyche team, you're going to replace Truffle with Fina. For the Psyche team, you're going to replace Daphne with Fina. Alright? But this is the standard kind of like Psyche build for the Immersive Theater. You have got her, and the Demon Wedge setup that I use on her is this one. It's the same one that I've got in my guide. Same thing with the ranged weapon wedges right here. As for the weapon, which is the Alpides Abound, there is no real use of it right here. I just use the mobility wedges like usual, and I use the Destructo or the Soul Rend for the skill range because Psyche needs a bit more help with her mobbing, and she has more than enough damage to take out the bosses in the Immersive Theater, especially in the earlier stages. Beyond that, my Psyche is also I2, which you should also have I2 if you cleared the previous Immersive Theater. And the Genomon I run is, of course, the Battle Pass one, but you can use the Dandameow or Mr. Goodnight if you do not have that, because both those will give her, like, some pretty decent buffs. I prefer the Dandameow a little bit more, especially if you're able to get it to a max ascension. And as for the supports, the Truffle, or this is the build that I'm currently running on my Truffle. I'm just stacking HP, skill duration, or I've got the Turbulent Cyclone, Prime Serenity, Squall Midnight Sun, and you definitely want to make sure that at least one of your supports has Surge equipped, because that'll increase your damage dealt to bosses when they are, or it'll increase your damage dealt to bosses when they have their sense broken, which will be very important. When it comes to the Daphne, I have her on Uplift, and she also has the Surge equipped. So you'd only need one Surge equipped. But just Wings Inspo and more skill duration. You don't really have to care too much about them because Psyche is going to be doing the primary amount of damage on your teams. As for the weapon choices that I have selected for the team, most of the time you will see them running with the Entropic Singularity, and I have a full video covering this on my channel. There is like a little bit of some bad information there because I originally thought it was breaking the boss stance because of the bonus effect. It is not. It's just because the Entropic Singularity is built different. The bonus effect for breaking stance is smash damage. So just a little preface that before you go into the video. But this is essentially just to help annihilate boss shields even faster, which makes Surge even better. Now, Fantasio is going to be the next character that I recommend, and he's also going to be a weekly locked unit, much like how Psyche is right now. So you probably have a much better chance of having Psyche if you've been playing the game than you do Fantasio, but Fantasio is going to be another extremely good character for the Immersive Theater. This is the main loadout that I'm running, and the wedges that I run on my Fantasio are these, and it's going to be 3 Blaze Morels, 2 Scorches, a Prime Morale, a Wings Inspo, and a Wildfire for some extra skill range, because you really don't have to worry too much about his energy. The Wings Inspo is primarily to increase his max sanity, because that's important for his kit. When it comes to the weapons, it's just 2 Stat 6 Wainwraith with the Mobility Wedges, and X-Krez Duo. You don't need to put anything on these. Genomon, I'm using the Umbroad Genomon, which I actually just got a shiny of today, which was pretty nice. But you can obviously use the Battle Pass one because that would be much better. As for the supports, the Truffle build is going to be the same one that I have for all of them. It really just doesn't matter. And the other character that I'll be using is Tabitha, who I should put an uplift on because my Truffle's running Serenity. So I'll fix that real quick. And again, you only need one Surge between both of your supports. I just swap around my builds a lot, so I oftentimes just have Surge no matter what. But it would be optimal to run something other than Surge for a character if you already have that equipped. But Tabitha is going to be helping with the skill damage even further. Now, next team that I'm going to be recommending is actually going to be the Lady Nifle team. Now, Lady Nifle has most of her damage being Lumino. Now, that really doesn't matter because you're able to just deal enough damage regardless. She probably won't be, like, the best option for, like, grinding deeper into it. But if you already have an I6 Nifle, she isn't going to be a terrible option at all. She is going to be perfectly good. She's going to clear it just fine, like everybody else. Okay, now, big preface right here. Big, like, asterisk. I don't have Imbala. If you do have Imbala, run Imbala. I do not, though. So don't laugh at me for using this weapon, because I don't have Imbala. but you would generally want to use Wainwraith to help boost your damage even more. And I'm running Truffle and Tabitha with the Entropic Singularities to break the boss shields, along with the Shiny Balby. And the Demon Wedge setup I have on Lady Nightfall is going to be as such right here. 2 Volitions with 4 Scorches, along with a Wildfire and a Prime Morale. And when it comes to her weapon wedges, the melee weapon doesn't matter too much. But for the weapon that I'm using, the Submerged Serenade, I've just stacked as much trigger probability as I possibly can, as much multi-shot, and as much attack speed as I can fit into there. Yep. So, next team that I will be recommending will actually be Outsider. Now, I have an extremely well-built Outsider, because I quite like this fellow. Okay? And he will actually care about his weapon setups because he deals damage using his weapons. And the primary weapon that I'm going to recommend on Outsider is going to be the Mimiji Iteki. But before we get into that, this is the wedge setup I have on him. It's pretty much just a duel with a Hunt Down and a Griffin Squall Midnight Sun, and everything else being Resolve. You might be able to swap out the duel for a Resolve, depending on like the damage buffs. It might be better to not run this, but it won't make a significant difference, especially if your duel has significantly higher refinements than your Resolves. And the Mimiji Iteki I have is going to be Smelt 5, because it's a weapon, so I should be investing in the weapon. And these are the Demon Wedges that I'm going to be running on him. This is definitely overkill, but it's gonna just make it that much cooler. And the main weapon that I'm going to be running on him is going to be the Ren Husk, because that's going to increase the character attack, which will increase my weapon damage even further. Now, when it comes to Outsider builds in the future, the Sacrosanct Decree is generally going to be better because it's going to give you a much higher boost to your melee weapon damage multiplier. And for boss damage, the Sacred Favor is generally going to be much better because it'll deal spike attack damage, which is going to be significantly more DPS compared to the Mimiji Iteki, while still also granting crit damage, but a pretty much less useful buff with the character attack increase compared to the damage dealt, but it's also not going to be dependent on the combo meter either. So you're not like dipping too hard into the combo as you would comparatively to the Mimiji Iteki. Genamon is going to be the Animelf, but when it comes to the Dandemiao, it's generally going to be less useful on him compared to Psyche, because he doesn't care as much about the healing so long as he's not eating a ton of damage to his shield. And if you're defeating all the enemies before they can fight back, you're not going to run into that situation. Next team I'm going to recommend is actually going to be Berenica. Now, Berenica is... Wait, why do I have that on her? That shouldn't be there. Okay. The next team I'm going to recommend is going to be Berenica. And it's the same exact setup that I had in my guide, just with Truffle instead of Daphne. I originally recommended Daphne because of the crit rate buff and because Truffle had some, uptime issues. But I'm having less uptime issues with my Truffle now, and the other part is because of a wedge, or a support wedge, that had been shown to me on the MC, which is the Prismatic Neon, which this will actually be a crit debuff on targets, so that means it'll be a debuff applied to enemies, which will increase your crit damage dealt to them. And that's what I have been told, and it definitely feels like it's functioning that way. Take it with a little grain of salt. I've not done like exact testing on this. Of course, it would be pretty difficult to do exact testing. I will have much better, or I will have much more conclusive results later. But generally, Truffle will be a better selection for the damage increase compared to Daphne, even in I1 Daphne. And like I said, Demon Wedge setup is the same that I had before when I made the Veronica guide. And if you invest in it a bit more, she will be doing more damage. But Veronica should not have very many issues in the Immersive Theater at all. And of course, the Genomon that I recommend is going to be the Umbro Genomon. It doesn't matter what. And supports are going to be MC and Truffle, using the Entropic Singularity to help break boss shields even faster. Or boss stance even faster. Which is to help break boss stance even faster. It's whatever. Now, the final character that I'm going to recommend is actually not going to be an animal or an Umbro character, and that's going to be if you have a really well-built Lyn. Because if you have a really well-built Lyn, she will kind of just deal enough damage to the enemies regardless. It definitely will not be nearly as good of a clear compared to the rest of the teams that I talked about, but if you do not have any of these other characters built, and you do not want to build any of these other characters, and you just want to get Fina, Lyn will get you Fina. And if that's all you care about, that's all you'll need. It's going to be the primary setup that I had on Lyn for her build that I showed prior. And it's actually going to be a bit better than the Lyn that I had there, because I have some spells on the Inferno Midnight Sun and Devouring Wildfire. I run 3 Eternities, 1 Inspo. I also run Duel with a Prime Morale. And I've got Penetration, Impetus, Fold Over, Celerity. Pyro Tail is going to be my primary recommendation for Genomon, and the supports are going to be Truffle and the MC, like I talked about before. Now, I know some people may want to run Daphne over Truffle, but the damage increase that Daphne is going to give is going to be based off the damage dealt by Lyn, so the Anemo damage is actually going to be reduced the same as it would be if it were Pyro damage, so that's kind of going to be bait. At least if you're trying to run with Lyn. So that's the primary teams that I'm going to recommend. Now, if you want to see how they are all going to function in the theater, get some nice gameplay showcases, I will give that to you all right now. So I'm going to be showing them all off on Act 18. So this is going to be the primary threshold that you're going to need to beat. Act 19 and 20 are going to be significantly easier because you're only fighting mini-bosses. Crystallophile is going to, and, you know, probably Hellfire, but a little bit less Hellfire compared to Crystallophile, is going to be the primary, like, barrier that you're going to have to get past. So, without further ado, we're going to get into Psyche first. And as a little editor note, we really only need to show, like, one mobbing phase and one and the boss phase. So we'll just like go to the fourth one, because, you know, if you've seen like one mobbing phase, you've seen them all. But yeah, Psyche is not going to have any issues, period. So, I mean, since this is all getting, like, or since, like, the first 3 stages are just kind of going to get cut from the recording, I don't know, how y'all doing? Hope y'all doing a good time. I should probably just do some like wacky stuff that's just not gonna appear in the video, like just like that. I don't know. You're gonna put it in the video now, aren't you? Yeah, wicked. Oh, I just realized I forgot to recommend Knifel as a support option. We can like clip that in at the end. Like I can get to the Psyche section and we can like clip that in. Probably put it at like the beginning, or maybe at the, or maybe just per character section. I don't know. That's gonna be the outro? Okay. Maybe add that as the face cam in a random part of the video. Yeah. Alright, well, we're almost at Trial 4, so I'll have to get to explaining again. Alright, so we're going to be skipping ahead to the Trial 4 for each of these, just because if you've seen one mobbing phase, you've seen them all, and Trial 4 is going to be the most difficult one, and as you can see right here, the extra skill range from the grenade launcher is going to be helping Psyche a lot when it comes to clearing the theater, and you are going to primarily want to focus your fire on the elites, and let a lot of your skill casts take care of the random enemies that go around the place, and it's really not going to be all that difficult. And if you have Fina, it's going to be even better, and also if you have more introns on your Psyche. But it's just the general same Psyche gameplay where you intermittently cast her E's to make sure that you have uptime on her skill damage, and you're just shooting along the entire way, defeating as many enemies as you can. But we're going to get to the boss showcase right here. Alright, and of course it's going to be the crystal file, so the first thing that we're going to have to do is going to want to break its legs, and I definitely recommend like aiming for like the fronts a bit before the backs, because the backs seem to have a lower health bar. So if you're focusing the front ones, you'll break them all around like the same time, which will get you that enemy broken period. But the legs are honestly going to be the like longest part of this boss fight compared to everything else. And we will get our sanity regen when the mobbing phase comes online. But, of course, this is, like, the downside. Alright, we just ran out of sanity. That shouldn't have happened. Alright, well, give me some more heal support. I said heal me. Alright, whatever. But this is going to be one of the downsides of running the skill range, because you will be thanking your boss performance a bit more, though. Alright, okay, I should probably just restart this battle. This is going terribly. Alright. So when it comes to the boss, you're just gonna go straight into the ult cast, like always. And again, you're just going to be intermittently casting the E's, making sure that you don't really overcap on your healing, but also still casting it around like once every 6 seconds so that you are maintaining the buff. And of course, we are going to be dealing good damage to the crystallophile, and pretty much as soon as he breaks, we are going to get straight into the mobbing phase, and this will help regenerate all of that sanity that we just wound up spending, as well as a bit more of the HP. And as soon as all the enemies are cleared, we can get into defeating the crystallophile. Now, if your supports are fast enough, you can actually get to the boss staggered, which will delay the immunity phase right here, but you're going to have more than enough time left over from like just how fast we're clearing the boss that the immunity phase isn't really going to matter too much. So the only real thing that you got to make sure is that you don't like die, but you're gonna have more than enough. over shield and hyper shield, whatever it's called, in order to even just like tank a few hits. And then you just stand behind the rock to go against the final attack, and then the boss just goes down. Which, plenty of time left. Psyche is very obviously the best character for the theater this time around. And will probably be the easiest one to set up. But if you don't want to play Psyche and want to play some other characters, I will be showing off the next ones as well. And we're going to clip right here because I have to talk about Nifl as a support because I almost forgot to do that. And we're just going to like stitch this into like after I talked about or before I talked, probably after I talked about what's her face? Fina. Alright. Now, another support that you will actually want to consider bringing in as a combat partner here, who isn't really technically a support, but will function as one for a lot of the characters here, is actually going to be Lady Nifl. And that is because Lady Nifl has a very strong grouping herself, and also has extremely strong personal damage. So if you're a character who would want some grouping, like Psyche, or Fantasio, or pretty much everybody here, except for like maybe Berenica, but Berenica definitely would not mind having Lady Nifl on the team either, doing kind of like a dual DPS setup, they definitely will enjoy that. Because the personal damage that Nifl will be doing herself, along with the like grouping of enemies, will help a lot more, or maybe will help more than even having extra damage from one of your other supports. And will probably be a better option, or maybe not probably, and maybe a better option, especially if the grouping of enemies is something that you're struggling with. Alright, and we just kind of like cut there, and we're going to get straight back into the showcases. Sorry for the extra editing work. Alright, but the next character that we're going to, in order, is going to be Fantasio, and this is going to be the same setup that I showed off before. And it's going to be Act 18 once more. And Fantasio is going to generally have very few issues at all when it comes to this theater, even at I0. If you get more in-shots out on him, he's just going to get even better. But you can see that we're just clawing through every single enemy straight up. It really isn't going to be much of an issue with the mobbing whatsoever. You can even do the, like, plunges, and they're frankly just going to, like, one-shot everything. Like, you could just jump, and it'll be, like, more than enough to take out most of these enemies. So we should just like cut ahead then, you know, maybe it's like 4, like trial 4 to show off like the most difficult one. And since we're cutting ahead, you know, we just talk about whatever. Warwick lore accurate, be like, who's Warwick? Please let me know. Because I do not have a clue who that guy is. He's from League? Oh, okay. Alright, that's why I don't know. When do you plan on uploading this? I believe I'll upload it tomorrow. That's the time frame I'm looking at right here. Cause the what the that was kind of crazy. I wonder if we can find more spots on the map like that. But yeah, the Fina First Impressions, that's probably going to be the main upload for today, just because it's coming out late. Or later. Also gotta work on the packaging of that. He's plebin. Oh no. Alright, and here at Trial 4, this is going to be the most difficult one, and therefore really the only modding trial that you should have to worry about. But one of the primary things that you're going to want to make sure you do on Fantasio is you're going to want to weave in an E-cast into a plunge every so often, because that will increase his skill range and will also give him a complete immunity to interruption. Now, the theater itself will be giving him immunity to interruption, I believe, with, like, Fina. So that right there isn't going to be as necessary, but the skill range is obviously going to be something that he's going to want a lot of to help out as much as it possibly can in order to just clear stuff as fast as possible. But as you can see, he's having no issues with the mobbing whatsoever, nor energy. And we're just going to get straight into the crystallophile. And again, like always, you're just going to be like clawing away, weaving in an E to the plunge every like 4 seconds. 5 seconds, I think. And you actually will want to like weave in a plunge every so often when you're dealing damage to the boss, so that you can detonate the debuff that is, or that he applies with his swipes. It's that little upside down triangle looking one that is on the boss's health bar. But when it comes to crystallophile specifically, he actually takes like significantly more damage when it comes to Fantasio's beam attack when he's down. And no other boss really does that. It's probably because it's hitting him multiple times. And that's the way you see basically every single Fantasio showcase go up against the crystallophile, because it makes him look a lot better, which, you know, that's good for videos. But thankfully for Fantasio players, we have to go up against the crystallophile in the theater. And we're just going to get the weakness down right here, like weak stance, and it's just gonna lead us straight into the mobbing phase, which it's just gonna be the same as before. You just cut away and you occasionally do a plunge. Now, since you'll definitely be able to one-cycle the crystallophile, in here you may want to let your supports use the Entropic Singularity in order to break the boss's stance, so that you don't have to worry about the immunity phase, especially because that could be some kind of bad downtime for him. So, alright, well, he's just going straight into it regardless, so it doesn't matter. But we're just going to go out of the fuzzy mode, and we're just going to dodge around like always, letting our energy regen. He really doesn't have that many energy issues at all. I mean, maybe in an extremely extended fight, but even in a fight that's been going as long as this one has been right now, he has hardly had any energy issues at all. And this is I0, which means that it's only going to be a lot easier as soon as you get his I1. And all the other ones are just going to be more damage, and we can just get straight into Fantasio, and you can kind of just beam him. Like, you really don't have to care. So, probably the second best character to bring into the theater this reset, but of course, this is another limited unit, weekly limited, so we'll be getting into the other characters who you are able to grind. Alright. Might have to build him now. These shields are annoying with Psyche. Shwan away. The lion doesn't bother himself with the shields. Obviously. Just get I6, lol. Can you show the demon wedges that I put on the Guishu Ratchet? It's in the Lin guide. That's what I have. So that will be the best resource for you. Alright, and the next character that I will be showcasing is my Lady Knifel herself, and we don't really have to change around the supports at all, because that's going to be the same two characters that I'll be running since she is ability damage. But I will be changing around one of the weapons because she will much prefer to have a weapon that is able to trigger her I6. But when it comes to a lot of the mobbing, the skills are going to be a bit better so long as you have sanity to cast them, because you're going to get that enhanced grouping and damage dealt, as well as the massive range on them as well. So you're kind of just going to go into your ult and you're just going to group all the enemies together. And even the Luminocast, which are going to be doing significantly less, can be really good portions of damage, because the Luminocast can turn into an Umbrocast. So she's definitely not going to be amazing, but again, I don't have Imbala, so your performance on Lady Nightfall will probably be significantly better if you do have Imbala. But she really just doesn't have many issues, period, when it comes to this Immersive Theater reset. And we can, of course, do like the number 4 next. So we've got another little bit of downtime here in the recording that is gonna just not really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. I don't know. Let's see. Update spent 9 of the 19 letter, or 0 thoughts. I3 not looking likely. Yeah, I'd say I3 is like a real stretch when it comes to like 65 letters. A bit late to the party. Does the bonus weapon damage in theater affect constants weapons? Yes. Yes, it does. Because they're weapons. And we're just getting straight into the Trial 3. So I'm actually going to have to wind up doing some yard work after I finish stream today. So that's definitely going to be fun to do. I do like this though, because like I'm literally just cutting through all the enemies. It's super satisfying. But I know the M-Ball is much better. This one ain't bad though. The fact that both supports look like child, maybe making this child labor, yeah. They're in the mines. Alright. 10th letter was a gold, so it must have been my pity. Ah, okay. But we're gonna be getting into the Trial 4 here, and it's really gonna be no different. It's just more mobbing. You do all the grouping, and the enemies just kind of fall over. And you can cast the ult whenever you have energy, and you're gonna be seeing like not a lot of motion on there, and then you're just gonna see like it chunk forward. Especially because like all those enemies just get sucked together and then obliterated. Nightfall is very, very good at sucking. And as you can see right here, like you can just use the ranged weapon whenever you don't have energy to cast. And much the same here, like you can use the ults to like get like the max AoE on the limbs of the crystallophile, but it'll probably just be better to save your sanity primarily and just like spam it out with the weapon, because the weapon's just gonna be free, and you can use your ult nukes for when the boss is actually like broken. So we can literally just sit here, and you can see that is just constantly throwing ability casts on them. And we've got some energy, so we can go ahead and do some more enhanced casts. And of course, again, this is without Umbala. This is without her best weapon. So if you're seeing her perform this well without that, and you do have that, well, there you go.
But she's definitely going to be really, really easy to, like, clear here. Much like most of the other units. She's definitely not as limited as I was originally anticipating her to be. She's not really as crazy when it comes to damage-wise because of her Lumino being the bigger split of the damage. She would definitely be a lot better in a Lumino Theater, but she's definitely not bad in the Umbro version either. But, of course, we're just going to be getting into the mobbing phase, which is primarily just going to be us waiting for enemy spawns. And, like I said, you can just see if you can get your supports to break the boss shield. Because if this guy's stance goes down before he goes into his immunity phase, you can just one-cycle him. And it's going to be a bit easier to do on other characters compared to Nightfall, just because they're able to do a bit more damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to get a real clean one-cycle. You know, maybe if I had Embala. It would have been a lot cleaner, but he's probably going to go, yep, straight into his immunity phase, which we really shouldn't have any extra trouble defeating him as soon as this ends, because we're going to have more than enough damage. But it's just the same as always. You dash through the screens and you dodge all the projectiles and the waves and stuff. It's just a boring immunity phase. It needs no introduction or explanation. Yeah. But you can just get straight into it. And like I said, more than enough damage no matter what. Trust cleared with Nightfall. And again, this is not the best Nightfall. This is not the craziest Nightfall. And she will be perfectly adequate for clearing this theater. Alright, moving on to some of the other characters that you will probably need to invest in a little bit more in order to get their maximum performance in this theater, but will still be really, really good options regardless. And we're going to be going straight into the Outsider. Now, of course, if you want some, or if you need some extra grouping on your Outsider, you can run Nightfall here instead of Truffle, and that'll be perfectly fine, but I do not have any trouble with the grouping at all, mostly because I'm able to clear the enemies super fast. And we're probably just going to go ahead and skip to the Trial 4, because I can really explain everything there. But yeah, like, really no issue at all when it comes to Outsider. She can suck 30 enemies at once. Yeah, she can suck every enemy at once, so long as they're visible. Well, even the invisible ones she can suck. She's really good at it. Alright. Yeah, we can see right here, he's just cleaving through everything. This is the performance that I wanted to see out of Outsider. He's crazy. I wonder if there's anybody surprised at like how well Outside is performing. Also, it's gonna be really fun to get like that max S combo, and then just like break the crystallophile and hit it with it. Like that's gonna be crazy good. Also, I just realized that I don't have my buff active, but it doesn't really matter because I do just fine without it. Because I'm just doing that much damage. Alright. Now we're going straight into Trial 4 because it is the toughest one of the bunch. And you're going to start by casting a bunch of his E's, and then you're going to want to cast his Q, or his skill, into his ult. And that is going to put out enough of the swords that he shoots out to bring him down to 0 HP. Now, I will say, if you are running Fina instead of Truffle and Filbert, you won't have a healer on your team, which will make it a lot more of a glass cannon setup on the team. But with how much you are running around in his ult, you really don't like have a bunch of time to be healed in the first place. But so long as you're defeating the enemies faster than they can shoot through your shield, you'll be fine. And you can see right here that because of Fortune, we are getting combo stacked up really fast, which allows us to do a lot of these casts, or like heavy attacks right here at the max combo, and just eviscerate everything. And we are going to be getting straight into the boss right here through Crystallophile, and it is going to be a lot of the same. Now, you are actually going to want to like cast his E around like every 16 seconds into his Q, and that is to make sure you've got full uptime on the on his I1. And you are, of course, going to want to avoid damage because you are going to be a bit more fragile, but you are, of course, going to be doing a lot of damage as well. And because of Truffle's AI working properly with him, because he's a unit who constantly is at low HP, you will also get, like, essentially full uptime on her buff as well, which will be really nice. And you're essentially just going to want to go straight into ult, and the E's already gone. And then we just get into a mobbing phase, which will be more than easy enough for Outsider to clear. And he should have enough damage to, like, one-cycle the boss if you've built him well enough. If you're able to get the break with your supports after the mobbing phase ends. But as we can see here, the enemy spawns are kind of, like, not working out too well. But we can just make sure we've got our combo at S, and just wait for that to be ready. Pop the ult, pop the Genimon, and just done. He's just gone. Of course, again, I will preface, I have a really good Outsider. So yours may not perform as well as this, but if you do have a good Outsider, he is definitely a really good option for the theater. I said it 3 times, but just in case the video's been uploaded. Alright. Well, I'll definitely make sure to get that uploading to YouTube. Now, Fina be crazy. Alright, that'll 100% be good. Good to post. The recording for this theater showcase is going to be long, but we're obviously cutting out a lot from it. Yeah, that's the title you put. Does the combo indicator actually do anything? Yes. Now, the next character that'll actually be a pretty decently strong recommendation for using will be Berenica, and that is even without Fina. Berenica actually becomes
significantly better with Fina, especially compared to most of the other units that are in the game. Brenica gets a massive, massive buff from her. So if you do wind up using Brenica for your clears, you know, make sure you get your Fina in order for that. I can see somewhere what. So it will increase the damage of your charge attacks the more combo you have. That's the primary thing of it, but there are other effects that will scale off of combo as well. Also, yeah, weapon damage like that with the Mamichi Iteki is just like that outside of the theater. I'll show you the boss after I get the clear. Also, I'm getting a little bit distracted. I should get into the showcase again. Yeah. So, it's going to be the same supports as with Outsider because she wants the weapon damage from her, and she's like Truffle's just gonna be like the best general damage supporter. But of course, if you had Fina, you would slot her in. But this is so that you can get Fina, which is why I'm not using her. But we're gonna get straight into it, and by straight into it, I mean we're gonna be cutting to the 4th stage again. There's a Demon Witch 2 that gives attack percent. Yeah. I've realized the body cosmetics actually completely replace the character's butt. Yes, they do. Yeah. But we can see Berenica's definitely not cooking nearly as hard as when she had, holy moly. When she had Fina on the team. But, of course, that is to be expected. She is, like, really kind of only alright without Fina, but Fina, like, it's actually kind of insane just how much better she gets with Fina. Yeah, Barry has a combo buff. She gets it from her introns. Oh wait, I've got to stack up the... Yeah, you want to stack that up beforehand, and apparently it also snapshots. So you don't have to use the repeated E-casts in the ult like I thought you did. I was not aware that it snapshotted prior to this. But yeah, Veronica's still gonna be fine, especially if the enemies are like grouped up like this. But without Fina, she's definitely going to be struggling the most out of all the characters that I've talked about today. Except for maybe Lyn. But Lyn will probably struggle more. But that's to be expected. But after this, Berenica will never have to worry again because she will have Fina and Fina will uber buff her. That'd be absolutely insane. So it's overcast again today, which is rather unfortunate. I was kind of hoping it'd be a bit sunnier, because, I mean, I've got to do yard work. Because of all the leaves that fell. Because it was fall. And that's leading up into winter. And the plants are hibernating. And dying. Like they do around this time of year. But at least the bugs are gone.
I'll definitely take the bugs being gone. If it means I have to rake leaves. Or, yeah, in exchange for raking leaves. I really don't like bugs. Alright, and just like the rest, we're hopping straight into Trial 4. Now, this is actually apparently something that you can do. So, Berenica's I1 will snapshot into her ultimate, so you don't actually have to re-proc it like I demonstrated in her character guide. So that definitely makes her rotation significantly easier, as well as her gameplay. But you are not going to have any problems with her energy, period, whenever you are doing mobbing. And it's basically just going to be a game of getting her combo stacked up as fast as possible, and then getting as much kind of like pierce and slash on all of the enemies that you can. It is kind of gonna be like Nightfall, where you're gonna see it like lagging behind, and then you're just kind of like jump ahead on the timer. But you can see that Berenica is kind of struggling without the, what's it called? Honestly, I might have to like show her with Nightfall. But Berenica is kind of struggling without the Fina that I talked about before. With Fina, she is going to be making this look like a joke. But she is definitely one of the characters in this game that will benefit the most out of Fina's release. But as you can see right here, it's definitely going to be one of the tighter clears that we've seen when it comes to the mobbing. And you may want to bring Nightfall because of that, if you have her well built. And we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to stack that up, and we're going to get straight into the ult, and we are going to just like get as many hits as we can while also stacking up our combo and cleaving through the crystal file as best as we can. And you can cast the Genimon for defense reduction on the crystal file. But as you can clearly see, she's doing okay. She definitely isn't going to have any trouble at all when it comes to energy when we're in the crystallophile leg phase, just because of like how many multi-hits she's getting, constantly refreshing her sanity bar to be full. But she is definitely going to be one of the characters that will struggle the most without Fina. But of course, this is Act 18 that I'm showcasing her on. And if you are at Act 18, you will already have Fina, I will say. But this is also just a showcase for, like, prior to that. So, if you have, or if you are using her to get Fina, you will have a much easier time in the previous stages, like the Act 12, just because it's going to be much lower enemy levels. But we're getting to another phase where we can damage him, and we're going to be really trying to get the damage in while also dealing damage to the leg, and unfortunately, you do sometimes have to stop attacking for a second to let Berenica fall back down onto the ground, because, as you're saying, she is just kind of like constantly ascending, which you really don't want that to happen, but we can go into this, and she is going to do her best, and we can do an Ask Retribution, but it's, with the level scaling right now, it's generally just not going to be as useful as attacking, especially as we get into higher and higher stages. It'll be a little bit more useful when you're on the previous acts, but because this is Act 18, it will be much less. You're going to be doing like a tiny itty bitty bit of damage. But, as you can see right here, Berenica is getting a ton of sanity back from this mobbing phase right here, from both the Cell Volatile drops and from just getting the multi-hit on enemies, and it is unfortunately going to run out. And we are going to be doing as much damage as we can to the Crystal File. Our supports are going to be breaking his shields, but he's going to go into his immunity phase.
I don't know if we're going to have enough damage. This is Act 18, so we might have to show it off on Act 12 instead. Or with Nightfall. She definitely is struggling a lot without Fina. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Yeah. That's not enough. That's really not enough right there. Damn. She was really cooking with Fina, though. Like she really was cooking with Fina. I thought she'd have a much better shot at this, but oh my. Fina's necessary on Barry. Yeah, you're gonna have to run with Nightfall. So, I mean, like, at that point. Pick up the Mimichi. The Mimichi's not gonna really be best on Barry. Like, if you're just gonna use Mimichi, you might as well play Outsider. If you're playing Veronica, you're playing Veronica for Veronica. Okay, well, I guess we gotta restart the showcase and, like, update the recommendation as well. So, with Nightfall. Yeah, gonna use Nightfall for grouping. So, in here, we are going to be using Veronica with Lady Nightfall, because that will help her a lot more with the grouping, which will be a lot more necessary on Veronica compared to some of the other people in this cast. She will definitely need a lot more, and the personal damage of Lady Nightfall will definitely be helping out Veronica when it comes to the bossing. But as we can see right here, she's going to be cutting through, and you won't need Nightfall if you have Fina, but before then, you will obviously want Nightfall a lot more for that grouping and for that extra damage. And additionally, like, when it comes to the Act 12, you will have enough damage, okay? But since this is Act 18, since this is Act 18, Veronica will be struggling a lot more. Like, but because this is Act 18, Veronica will be struggling a lot more compared to without Nightfall if she were using a character like Truffle. And we could probably just go ahead and cut to the 18. Oh my gosh, this is so much faster. But, like, how much of this is Nightfall and how much of it is Veronica? Like that's what I need to know. It's such a stark difference playing Veronica with Fina and playing Veronica without Fina. Like, Fina literally makes her, like, 3 times better. It's actually nuts. Because when it comes to most of the other units in the game, Fina doesn't make them, like, significantly better compared to, like, their second best teams. But Veronica, it's like a night and day. So, like always, you're going to want to do the 3 Helix Leaps, and that will get you to the maximum skill efficiency. And actually, the skill efficiency from her I1, from doing the Helix Leaps or the skill cast, will snapshot through the entire duration of her ultimate. So you don't actually have to reapply it using the skill cast like I thought before.
So that is another thing that will help Veronica out. But as you can see right here, the Lady Nightfall is going to be really instrumental in the grouping for Veronica, and will significantly help her clears, especially with all of the cleave that Veronica has with her ult casts. And should also provide enough damage on her own to help out with the boss. So, like before, or like always, we're going to do the 3 Helix Leaps, and we're going to get straight into taking out the Crystallophile, breaking off each of the limbs, and stacking up our combo, and keeping our sanity topped up. And she definitely will be struggling a bit more compared to some of the other units that I talked about. But if you do want to play Veronica, then she's going to be performing really well. But, of course, like I have stated before, Veronica works extremely well with Fina, and gets significantly buffed by her compared to most of the other units that do, compared to their second best teams and setups. So, right here, we are about to break his legs. So, we're going to be getting to the primary damage phase right here. And we might have to drop down so that Veronica is actually getting the proper cleaving hits. And we can weave in an Axe Retribution. Okay, can't really weave an Axe Retribution, but it doesn't really matter. We're about to hit that phase anyway. And we're going to get all of our sanity back in this mobbing phase right here, which Nightfall will help with a lot soon as she casts her ult for the grouping. But it looks like she might be... I just realized I don't have a Serenity equipped. So Nightfall's actually not doing nearly as much. But that doesn't matter as much. You would want to put a Serenity on, unlike me. But, I mean, considering we're doing pretty well without the Serenity, I feel like that is just, you know, a better showing of this setup. You know, it is a mistake, but who says it's not a happy one? A happy accident. But as always, we're just going to get to the end of this immediate phase, and supports are going to break the shield, and we are going to deal the rest of the damage. So we're going to stack up our I1 and immediately get into the ult again. We have more than enough energy, and we will be doing plenty of damage even without the enemy broken. And when we do get him broken, it's just gonna be more than enough. What's really up, Barry? She's in the... Alright, that's me. But, of course, Veronica is going to be on the weaker side if you do not have Fina. I wouldn't really recommend her so much if you're not using Nightfall as a support. But, of course, if you are a Veronica main, she will be more than enough to clear her so long as you have the right team. Alright, and we'll have to stitch this in when I talked about Veronica in, like, the section right here. Alright, and put Nightfall right there. Alright. Now, when it comes to this team that I'll also be recommending, Veronica is going to be another adequate character for clearing the theater, especially if you have her well invested. Now, when it comes to most teams, I'll say they'll be able to perform well enough without the grouping by Nightfall, but But Veronica really needs it, especially when we get to the later stages of it and the bossing, because otherwise the enemies may not line up nearly as well as they would for her slashes to properly hit them all. And also, the personal damage from Nightfall will probably be a lot more than the damage increase that you'd be getting from But the personal damage that you'll be getting from Nightfall will probably be a lot better than the damage boost that you'll be getting from Truffle.
But of course, if you do have Fina, Fina will be more than enough to make Baranica clear all of the content in here. And end of the stitch. And there is one final character to showcase, and that is going to be Lyn. There is an unfortunate amount of footage that is going to have to be cut here, but that is really whatever. But we're going to get straight into the setup right here. And we're going to have her, and we're going to have her. Now, the final character that I will say will be good enough for clearing the theater will be Lyn. And this is without Fina as well. Editor punching his air on it. Sorry. But if you have a well-built Lyn like mine, I definitely recommend you check out my guide for her. She will be more than enough to clear. Will she be the best at it? Definitely not. But if you just need to get Fina and her weapon, Lyn will be more than enough if you have her built up from the previous theater and patch. And we're just going to skip ahead to the act, or the challenge 4, because that's really the only one that matters showing. Like, we already saw this earlier when I tested it initially. Like, she is just fine. I should probably get to upload, or it's downloaded now, so I should definitely upload that, or upload the Fina thing so I can post that later, sometime soon. By the way, what wedges do you want to run on Fina's AR? I have a wedge setup that I personally run with her. But celerity, or attack speed and multi-shot, obviously, and I think just stacking up damage on that will be the best. Because you're going to get to, like, its maximum regardless. Like, basically instantly. I definitely would recommend a total ammo wedge. And maybe even the ammo, like, refund wedge as well. So, that's it. Does she need any special stat like trigger probability? No. She just needs to do hits while her buff is active, her personal buff. So, she basically just needs to attack the enemy with it. Lyn is actually clearing better than Baranica with Lady Nightfall, I think. No, it doesn't need trigger probability. There's nothing on there that says trigger a bonus effect. It says deal bonus damage, which is what she does, but nothing about a bonus effect. Well, yeah, it's a 30% chance, but the trigger probability won't enhance the 30% chance of the passive. The trigger probability only enhances the trigger probability of the weapon. Also, the Nightfall team with Tabby and Truffle, who would I replace for Fina? I would replace Truffle. When it comes to, like, literally every single team, except for, like, Psyche, you would replace Truffle. What's the difference? Well, the difference is one is the weapon, which is the stat that you're increasing on the weapon. The other is the trigger effect of the passive, which is different from the weapon, which would not get increased by something like a tremble. I thought I explained it pretty plainly the first time. Oh, wait. Frick. Oh, wait, no, we're in Trial 4 now. Okay. So, when it comes to Lyn, she is going to be doing the exact same game plan as she had in the previous theater, where she is going to leap up into the air, and she is just going to attack every single enemy that is on screen at the same time, because she can. And as you can see, she is not having
many trouble or she's not having much trouble at all when it comes to clearing the enemies. Now, is she going to be the best or the fastest? No. Is she going to be enough? Yes. And that is really all you need if you're just trying to get Fina. So, if you do have a Lyn that has been built well from the previous match, you can just use her. It's very simple, and of course we will be getting into the boss section, which we will be showing off the Guishu Ratchet. I'm not sure if she'll be able to clear without the Guishu Ratchet on the boss. She maybe will be able to, but the damage that I tested the first time was rather tight. But we are, of course, just going to be attacking the limbs of the Crystal File, like always, and attacking all of them at once, because that's just what Lyn does. Passive runs out, so we let it stack up. We use our Pirate Tail, and we get our 6 stacks, and go at it again. And of course, we're gonna get a little bit of damage off of him while he's on the ground right here, but the majority of it is going to come when we finally break him. Though I'm going to extend this a bit right here so I can get him broken, let it stack up, and just get straight into this full damage right here. I kind of messed that up. I should probably restart from the boss. Yeah, I should restart that. That messed up. I just exited the whole thing. Oh, screw me. Alright. There I go, making more work for myself. Guide video and stats all around them, and unwritten rules would be very good. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna put out a guide video on stats because we seem to have finally gotten to kind of a decent understanding of penetration. Very fun edit. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, man. I'm not trying to do this. Yeah. On the bright side, we're almost done. My Lyn doesn't fall because I've stacked attack speed on her. It's kind of... I don't know, it's kind of silly how often I get that question asked. I just have the celerity wedge, that's it. Well, I'll definitely be getting something to eat, which will definitely help my cognitive function after this. Just realized why my full +6 to +8 Lyn was struggling in the highest stages in theater. Somehow I never saw you had a +0 purple midnight sun. Oh, yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this nearly hour-and-a-half recording turns to a 30-minute video. What happened to that guy? Did y'all see that? He was just getting tossed around. What was going on? Holy moly. Bro got messed up. Alright. Well, We're almost back to the boss. I wish I didn't start it all the way from the beginning. It's like a full, like, 5 minutes wasted. Do I have, if any of the 1. I don't know if any of the 1.1 characters have confidence weapons. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more confidence weapon users, though. Maybe the guy with the spear has the confidence weapon? Bro, want to become Aaron? Are you talking about me? That I want to become Aaron? I want to be free? Is that what you're trying to say? Got a lot more enemies to beat. Alright, done. Alright. And when we get to the boss, of course, we're going to be going into the crystal file like always. Now, we are going to want to make sure that we let our passive stack up before we fully break the boss, so that we can make the most out of the enemy down phase. Now, I'm going to let my passive stack back up right here, because I want to be making the most out of the sanity that I have. Because since Lynn is going to have a lot of extended time here, she is going to be eating through a lot more of her sanity, at least if you don't have high refinements on stuff like her inspo or her eternities. But we will have more than enough damage, and we're going to get the crystal file to where it's almost broken on the leg, but not quite, and we are going to let our passive stack up once more and go straight into that and break him, exit out, launch all of our buzzsaws, and then go straight back into the ult, and this will make it so that we deal as much damage as we possibly can here. Now, I accidentally reloaded there, which is going to be a bit of a damage loss total, but we are essentially just going to be doing that from here on out now that the legs are broken, and it's just fire everything out and just do the full damage rotation. And this is going to make the Pirate Tail more important than ever, because he is actually going to be spamming or spawning ammo boxes for us, which is going to be very necessary for how much the crystal file is taking. And as you can see right there, because this is level 18, he is going to be taking very, very little damage from the Ast's Retribution. But we're going to be going into the bombing phase, which we can get some more ammunition and hopefully some more sanity as well. Of course, I'm at full sanity right now, and we are unfortunately going to have to go through his immunity phase, and it is going to be make things a bit tight on Lynn. I think, yeah, alright, his shield's just gone now. But we're just going to do the same thing as always, launch all of these, and just do as much damage as we can. The supports are going to be taking down his shield, but he's going to go into his immunity phase. We should only need to do one more damage rotation on him, though, which we should have more than enough time to get done, even with this extremely long, extremely boring, and extremely annoying immunity phase. But as you will all see on Act 18, much more than you would need in order to get Fina. Without Fina, and with plenty of mistakes made in this clear, we will have more than enough damage on Lynn to get the clear on the crystal file. But of course, I would highly recommend you use any of the other characters that I listed, because you'll probably have a much easier time and be a lot more consistent than I was. And
need less investment. But, you know, if you are Lin-rotted like me, you can just use her. Alright, and now we're going to be getting into the outro. Alright. But that does it with all of the teams that I wanted to showcase in the theater. Of course, there may be some other characters that you may be able to get a win with. Maybe DPS Truffle, DPS Daphne. I don't know. But these are just the teams that I was recommending you clear with the most. Simply because they're either characters that will work particularly well in this theater, or characters that may have worked really well in the previous theater and are still dealing enough damage to take care of this one. But that just about does it for this video. If you are enjoying my coverage of Duet Night Abyss, be sure to subscribe to the channel so that you never miss a single video on my channel. Also, I'd like to hear what teams that you guys are planning on using for the Immersive Theater to get yourselves Fina. So share all of that in the comments down below. And with that all out of the way, thank you all so much for watching. And as always, I will see you all next time. But not on the stream, because the stream is still going. So, everybody who's on the stream, stay here. Like, I was just ending the video, because, man, that was a long recording. Alright. Well, I'm going to... Now, I'll keep going for a bit. So, you all now have my undivided attention, now that I'm no longer recording, and no longer trying to do a showcase. I hope all that you hear got some good tips when it came to the teams. But, yeah, I don't know who was here before who was talking about the weapon damage? Marcel, are you still here? Because if you're still here, I can show you just how good this Mamichi Techie is outside of the theater. And just to show you how good it is on its own, I won't be using Fina, even though Fina would make it even better. But I actually showed it on the... at the start of today's stream. So, definitely some fun stuff. Also, why is it, like, so hot in my room right now? What temperature is it outside right now? Honestly, like, this morning it was pretty chilly. I thought it would be, oh my gosh, it's 68? Okay. 68, well, cloudy. It looks like it's gonna cool a lot, or cool off after tomorrow. Alright, Marcel, prepare to get your socks blown off. Because I'm about to show you something really cool. So, no Fina. It's just going to be Truffle and MC. And we are going to see just how much he does to this Sybil. Oh yeah, I should probably turn my music back on. Because I'm not recording anymore. Alright, so I'm gonna get my crit rate buff and my other stuff stacked up, and gonna get the combo stacked up to S rank, ult. Level 80, by the way. And she's gone. No. All my setups were not I6. My Psyche was I2, and my my Fantasia was I0. But yeah, that was a 29-second Sybil clear with Mamichi Techie on Outsider. And my Outsider can still be improved with his wedges. And my Mamichi Techie, well, it has a lot less room to improve, just one right here. It also does have some room to improve.
Yes, this is the max belt on BGE Techie. I mean, I kind of feel like if you want to make, if you're comparing weapons to, like, character damage, like, we should compare max to max. So, like, obviously, if we're comparing Lin damage to, like, a weapon, like, we should fully invest in the weapon, shouldn't we? Are there any guns that can do enough damage to be relevant? None that I found. As far as I am aware, every single gun in this game is complete buns. And that makes me really sad, because there are a lot of really cool ones out there. There's no reason why the Silver White Edict should be doing as little damage as it does. It's spike damage, it's a freaking minigun, it's got massive attack speed increases, and it does nothing. It's mostly outside of stacking TF out of resolve and weapon effects. Okay, but like... But what... Isn't that what all the other characters just do for their abilities? Like, Psyche stacks TF out of resolve and skill damage, but you don't say, like, Psyche is great just because of that. I mean, I can show, like, another character. Obviously, Outside is not going to be the best with it. But, like, I could put on... I don't know, anybody here who has, like, Katana Mastery? Okay, you've got Katana Mastery. Well, actually, Nifle's gonna be spawning skill. Oh, wait, no, it's just her ranged weapons, right? Okay, yeah, it's just her ranged weapon, so... I could put out, like, Lady Nifle. Like... It's not gonna be nearly as good. I will preface this. It's not gonna be it's gonna be nowhere as good. But the weapon still kind of cooks. Okay, yeah, maybe Outside it was doing a lot more for than I was thinking. I may be... Alright, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Yeah, it is kind of just Outsider, I guess. I am not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. Yeah. It is... And one of the nice things, or funny things about my Outsider is that I'm only like level 6 and level 7 on these. So that means I can get like another 8% damage volt by bringing it to level 8, and I can also get another percent of resolve and another 3% attack speed boost. But I'll say this one's going to be the more important one out of the two to level up more. But of course I need the freaking blue! I need the blue! This freaking blue! I hate it. Isaac's Berry, here I go. But yeah, like... This is in the video that I'm uploading, like, right now. It's... Oh my gosh, 41 minutes left. Ooh. But yeah, so I'll give you all on the stream a little sneak peek of, like, how Veronica's working now that she's got some motion with Fina. Let me also equip this guy right here. So let's put Fina out and Lumino MC. Yeah. You can try it on Psyche and Veronica if you have a lot of morale. I could, yeah. Oh wait, no, not like that. I forgot. You gotta do this first. But, Fina needs some time to stack up as well, so... But as you can see right here, my Veronica's got a lot more motion now. Alright, let's get back on the ground. Do I recommend putting purple traits on Genomon or wait for gold? I recommend going for gold. And honestly, Sibyl's one of the worst bosses for Berenica, just because... Okay, yeah, she will just, like, fly up above Sibyl's head. So, ironically enough, Sibyl's not even, like, a great showcase for Berenica. But a minute and 5, that was significantly better than all of the other Sibyl clears that I have. And if we can go to a boss where Berenica's actually pretty good at fighting, like the Enclosioneer or like the Crystallophile, you'll definitely be able to see a lot better. By the way, Lin MT, Fina for Chase. Yep, sounds good. Is Barry even worth knowing? I have I3... Not really, no. If you have I3 Psych and you're just playing for meta, like, don't bother. Like, Psyche is my primary recommendation for theater. Okay, do your crystals of broken gene, please. Yeah. Crazy damage. Oh no, stop it! She's doing that thing. She's doing the thing where she's just flinging the swords over the enemy's head. She gets too much height. She would have cleared it. But yeah, 49 seconds right there. Is it because the I1 Fina that buffs a lot of pen stats regardless of elements? Yes. But it's also just because Fina is doing this, which is like, I mean, at the current level it is right now, level 8, that's 40, it's like 50%, more than 50% multiplicative weapon damage. I mean, it's 12.8 times 12.8 times, well, it's the base, or like the final hit, it's times 12.8 times 12.8 times 12.8 times 12.8. And that all gets added together to the final damage. But no, Berenica doesn't really want that much attack, because not only is she stacking... Well, I mean, first of all, her base attack's kind of low. But she's stacking attack percent here. And she's also getting attack from the weapon that Fina has. But she just kind of has low base attack. And her Constance weapon also kind of has low base attack as well. It's kind of sad. But yeah, you know, if my Berenica slashes don't go sailing over the Enclosioneer's head, it'll be a much better clear. Nope, the ult does not apply to a specific element. It gives you additional damage of every single element, other than Umbro and Lumino. Alright. I've got S-tier combo, so I can just keep swinging away so long as I maintain a good distance. There we go. Complete one cycle on Enclosioneer. Something that she wasn't able to do before. 41 second clear. And that, of course, again, like I said before, is without this and this, which will buff her damage even more. She will be getting like 30-second clears on Enclosioneer, and much better clears on the other bosses as well. Because she'll be getting this weapon damage boost, and she'll be getting this 45% general damage boost as well. I don't have blues, though. Can I zoom in on Barry's feet real quick and set a screenshot? Does she? Do her feet even show? Yeah, she doesn't even show her feet. Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, when it comes to Fina, like, Berenica's gonna be Berenica's definitely gonna be the biggest winner when it comes to Fina. Because a lot of the other, like, weapon damage units already either have, like, a really good buffer that isn't going to be, like, a significant difference. Definitely noticeable, okay? I'm not gonna say Fina's not gonna be noticeable compared to the second best team for these characters, but, like, Psyche and Outsider already have really good characters in their team that help them out a lot. Lynn, of course, like, if you're doing her in general gameplay, she's gonna be, like, much better than Truffle. But when it comes to bossing, Fina's, I'd say, is generally gonna be better simply because of the penetration. But isn't gonna be as much of a buff because she's not buffing the laceration procs. At least, you know, with this. I imagine Lisbel's gonna be getting just as much of a buff as, like, Berenica did. Because Lisbel is, like, all weapon damage. And didn't really have, or doesn't really have, like, a good Truffle support. Like, Outsider did. Or does. Yeah. Maybe just looking at 3,000 Illumina characters. Well, the thing is, we do have Scorches available on Berenica. It's just... It's like, that's 280 attack percent with this. So, her base is, like, somewhere around, like, 280. So, she is definitely not going to be... I mean, a Scorch might be better than a duel. I'll have to do all the calculations. I mean, maybe a max Scorch may be better than a duel. But she's already getting so much attack percent from here. Well, not from there. From here. And also from, like, Fina's weapon as well. So that I don't think that she's going to get much benefit out of that. Meanwhile, characters like Fantasio have much higher base attacks. I think, at least. Or at least it's a lot more noticeable on Fantasio. As I've seen. It's definitely worth looking into on my end. It's just I've already got so many other things that I've got to test, and you know I still also got to keep playing the game. TM Fita screens, that'll do too, I guess. What? Oh, wait, you want? You know Fina's a child, right? Can I show Fina wedges? Yeah, these are the wedges that I run on support Fina. I mean, I could run another Eternity, but... I mean, I'd rather save on the track shift modules. Because I'm completely out. I'm gonna have to craft more. Which means I need a lot of money and I need a lot of Luna Mementos. It always comes back to this! I farmed so much gold the other day as well. It's... yeah, does the grind end or does it merely transform? Let's see. Oh. Is there anything else that I gotta showcase or like do right now? I mean, obviously I gotta get my resources back up. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit wiped out. I
I've been doing this for like 9 hours straight. I literally got up before 5 a.m. and immediately got on to like take care of all this Fina stuff. Ugh. So even though I've only been streaming for about like 4 hours, I've been working for like 9 straight. Fina over Daphne for Psyche? Definitely. 100% Fina over Daphne. Because Fina provides crit. More crit than Daphne, in fact. Fina provides more damage increase. Fina provides penetration. And Fina provides final damage increase. Or additional damage. The only thing that Fina doesn't provide is healing. And if you've got enough healing from your Truffle and Filbert, you don't need Daphne. Alright, time to max. Perfect. I gotta say, I had a really good time building all of these characters in preparation for the new theater. And of course, you know, I'm gonna have to build the rest of the characters in my cast. I think I'm working on building my Truffle and Filbert up a bit more. But I obviously want to do Rhythm and MC and Lisbel and Randy. Those are the ones that I'm looking at the most right now. Unfortunately for Rhythm, I think I'm just gonna be like walled on her, because next week I gotta do Crystal File for just the drops, and I mean week after that it'd probably just be better to get more XP for from weapons. It's tough making choices. So that we can't I6 MC yet? Yeah, it definitely is sad. She'd be helping out even more with that. This video... Okay, it's still uploading. No. Maybe I should push theater a little bit more. I should probably do that. I know I just did, like, all that theater. But, you know, I might as well. I might as well get the last secret letter. Just, like, 2 more stages. Act 20. Let me put Fina on the team along with her very cracked weapon. And... I'll just get it done over with quick. I'll do Psyche. Psyche's just nuts for this. And also, like, if you're... You know, something I just thought of is that if you are using Destructo on Psyche for, like, the skill range, you can also run, like, the boss breaking build on Destructo. I don't remember the exact damages that people are running on it. Oh, where can we do cheat farm the gelatin essence? You just do, like, the AFK letter farm, and you also just spend, like, secret letters. Those are gonna be the 2 best spots. But, other than that, it spawns most often when you defeat elites. So... Alright, can the last enemy spawn? Holy moly! Like, why is it taking that long? You know how long did Act 20 with your bad Psyche, I2, Purple Wedges, skills, level 6, 8, 8, and none of those track shift modules spent? Yup. Psyche is just the best for this theater. She is more than enough to clean up everything. And especially more than enough to make it easy. Alright. Well, there's a shell vault. Why didn't it jump into my inventory? I'm not at full sanity yet.
she's just nuking everything in sight with Fina. That penetration does numbers. Oh, your purple wedges are just +5 low investment to get enough of IP. Oh yeah, I'm only running purple wedges with my Psyche as well. She's more than enough with the anima buff. And also all the other buffs that Theater provides to Psyche, primarily. But it is nice just to see how well some of the other characters perform. Fantasio is definitely like second best character in the theater, in my opinion, this time around. And I'm really glad for that, because he is quite a cooler dude, even as a hero. Alright, well, I'm just getting to the boss. And that's just the mobs. Weakness exposed, done. Surprised how low investment theater actually is for all the rewards. Yep. Glad it's that way for the people who don't have time for heavy investment. Yep, it's really nice. Got another at peace one? Nice. I'm sure everybody else here is happy to hear that for you as well. Is everybody else here happy that Juan got yet another at peace? I don't care that much. I already have mine. I just know a lot of people are waking over the fact that they don't have theirs yet, especially Anonymous. But it's definitely really good that theater is low investment friendly. Especially because the game's only been out for like a month. I don't really know why I exited my ult. I'm on a piece, 1 death overall. Anyone getting more of the trader? Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy you got another at piece and didn't need one anyway. Yeah. I for sure should get some food, like, as soon as I possibly can. But I've also got some other things that I'm gonna have to take care of, like the yard work. Because I've got family coming over for Thanksgiving, and I want to make the house look nice. The best supports for Psyche changed since your video 2 days ago. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I also mentioned in the video that Fina will likely replace Daphne, which, yeah, Fina does replace Daphne. And I should probably, like, post that in a pinned comment for the Veronica guide as well. Just be like, hey, Fina makes it really good. Ugh. You're cool, Juan. I think it's funny. Though a lot of other people probably don't. There's an elite right there who's getting nuked.
Had to choose between getting cycle letters and getting her abilities higher. Long story short, all abilities 10 now, so the I6 grind can begin. Nice. Alright, here we go. The Blessed Arbiter. Alright. Oh, he's about to be broken. He's just exposed, and it's more than enough damage to take him out. Of course, now it's just like the little tiny droplets of enemies. The last remaining few. And now, you know, the boss just goes. Perfect.
Okay.
Would trade my 3 at peace for 3 death for 1 Shiny Bro Boxy? I'm sure you would. I wonder how many people would trade the Shiny Bro Boxy for an at peace and a death though. Did I chat? Okay, let's see this. When immune at 1 HP. Oh. Oh, but that's probably. It's the freaking grip.
Oh, but wait, you got 2 blueprints and 10 completions?
Holy moly, dude. I mean, I know it's definitely frustrating missing out on the, like, that 1 bronze drop that you need for it. But you got 2 blueprints and 10 completions. Does Fini's lantern and tentacle? What? What do you mean lantern or tentacles? Alright, and that's the last letter. Now, of course, I could do covert commissions, exploration, expulsion. I could shell out an exploration for a little bit. Spend these last 2 letters. I've done 28 completions. I've got 3 blueprints total thus far. Yeah, bro's lucky, but unlucky at the same time. Yeah, suffering from success. Where the music? I don't know. I was mostly doing the video, and yeah, I don't know about the music.
Honestly, I feel like I might have to close up soon. Just because of like how long I've been working already.
Oh, for skill upgrade? Oh, tentacles. Okay. Yeah. She also uses the blue weekly boss material. So if you need more of the blue stuff, get it. I wish I could have gotten some of the blue stuff this week. Unfortunately, I had to get Fantasio. Well, I say unfortunately, but I do like him. Now, if I didn't get Tabitha, that would have been much better. You got 3 blueprints total and 30 completions? Yeah, that's about typical. Most people get a blueprint per around every 10 letters on average. Now, I'll be lucky if I get the 3rd blueprint for Alpides Abound. Oh, this map is super bad. You find standing under the bridge faster? Okay. Like, here? I just need to do 2 anyway, so it's not all that crazy. Missing 4 thoughts for I3? Oh, that's unfortunate.
but I3 isn't gonna be like crazy. It's gonna be mostly just like personal damage for her. So it's not like you're gonna be unlocking any more crazy buffs post I2. Unless you're wanting to on-field her. Let's see, how many clues do I have now? 204? Okay. That's right, I also have Demon Wedges to grind as well. But I only have 30 blueprints. So, maybe not that. Oh, it really just depends. Get hedge and relocation there. I'm honestly at like a point where I'm just kind of like, well, what do I have to chase next? At least apart from just like doing more character guides, but I already have a couple more lined up pretty well. I mean, obviously building more characters is going to be good. Getting more weapon smelts is going to be good. But I don't have anything right now that's like really, really sticking out to me. So I might just wind up going wide and going for more like XP, getting more ascensions and stuff. So that might be the best option. Being a DPS when I get her I6. Fina changes berry type video. It don't have to be just one guide. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Of course, I'm gonna have to wait a lot on like my Fina stuff until next Monday because I'm out of blue stuff and I don't have the damage buff fully active on her, which is gonna be super annoying and frustrating because I don't have blue stuff. But at least I got this twerp before I knew that she was gonna be the first character that rotates out of the weekly. Use Fina for AFK exploration beside Ravaka. Her damage is quite good and she buffs as well. Good for later waves. Probably. I imagine what's her face? Rhythm is gonna be really good as a main unit as well for that. Well, I gotta be entirely honest, everybody. I'm super wiped out. I have been working for almost 10 hours straight now on this stuff. And I've got some other stuff to do, like finishing up that video upload, which I will definitely post as soon as I possibly can. And I've also got, like, IRL work to do, like more yard work. So, wish me luck. My day is not quite over yet. So, no. Got a lot of fun stuff to do. Also wish Anonymous luck because he's got a very fun video to edit with lots of things to cut. So, I hope y'all have a wonderful day. We're going to be going even harder into Duet Night Abyss in the future. 4 hours is still a pretty typical stream time for me. I'm really enjoying all the support you've been giving me. All the chats. And I gotta say, I also am really expecting 1.1 to deliver as well. I'm super excited for that. And I want to get like my account as prepped for 1.1 as possible. Get basically everything done here. My next big chase is probably going to be Traveling 64. So, hope you all have a wonderful day again. And I gotta say, thank you all so much for tuning in. And as always, I will see you all next time.